Okay, let's get started on our workshop. First, I'd like to introduce Lori Lardizabal, who is our clerk for the night. Lori, wave. There you go. First time up, so everybody be nice to her. You have to speak into the microphone. We're not going to make her life hard. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Holmdahl.
Here.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Lingle.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Costa.
Present. Mayor
John Lynn.
Here. Okay, if we'd all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, I forgot. Start out by turning on our microphone. I'm just going to go through a little prologue with this, with everybody. So if you have the list in front of you, I want to talk about some things on how this is going to work. First, okay, start over. As all of you probably know, on the staff who are out there, we're in the middle of the budget, and that is a great deal of undertaking. So with regard to the things that are on the list, some of them are progressing now, and those will keep progressing. But a lot of the other things are just going to be kind of in a parking orbit until June 30th when the budget is done. And there are also a number of them that are nearly complete, and those will move from the ongoing list to the done list. There's one item on there, which is the asset management plan for the redevelopment agency, and has urgency, and that will go forward. And then there are a couple other items that involve budget considerations, and those will go forward during the budget process. On the bright side, our sales tax is going up, and we just got another round of unaudited, uncorrected numbers that were very good. So that's good for us, but we all up here need to remember that we're still very tight. We need to be very conservative in terms of the things that we advance that are going to cost some money. And it's not a problem to look at something, but when we get around to acting on it, that'll be another whole thing. And just to clarify one thing, we all understand that with regard to economic development, that if an opportunity comes along, budget or no budget, we're going to jump on it with both feet and go forward. So let me talk a little bit about the list. So if everybody pull their list out. And if any of you in the audience don't have one, there's some outside the door. And I call your attention to the one item at the very top, and that says, note, items are grouped on this document under titles to place like items together for council consideration. And this is because the way we did it last time, we kind of bounced all over and it was very difficult. So I learned. And then the next part is the city administrator will, as always, determine which department or staff member works on a council project, and we set the basic time frame or priority, and then she allocates the projects. Pass out now. All of you have this, which is the council established priorities. However, 2 council members have requested to make a change, so we're going to share. Pass those down. We'll be talking about that as our first item. The next thing I want to talk about is how this list was created. Each council member created their own list, and then you'll recall at our last meeting we had the list of carry-forward items. So if you see, for instance, under administration, item B1, and it's just A through Z, and there's also a topic list out in the lobby. If you didn't pick one of those up, it's kind of handy to have. So taking the items under administration, item B1 and on down, say 2011, 2012. Those are the items that we decided to carry forward. What I'll be asking the council to do is to look at what I wrote. The Mayor Pro Tem cruised through those and caught a couple of my mistakes. I apologize for all the typos. I typed this personally because we had a lot of things going on, and I organized it. And then we go to items in the order which they were received. So, for instance, item B6 was an ongoing item, but then Councilmember Starbuck in his list had a comment on it, so it became B6A. Councilmember Lingle was the first one to turn his list in, so further down, if there's an item that more than one of us talked about, whoever's there first is the one that turned their list in. So Lingle was first, Councilmember Starbuck was second, I was third, and Councilmember Costa was fourth, and Councilmember Holmdahl just said there was enough. Yeah, he didn't want to help contribute any more to where we were. I think that explains the way the list was created. Councilmember Lingle, you have a question?
Just comment. If there is an item that we'd like to add to our list this evening, will we have an opportunity to do that?
If we have to.
It's a real easy one.
Okay. I'm good
and
for
we'll put
easy.
it under, we can put it under Z, I guess Mayor and Council.
Okay, don't talk about it now. Wait till we get to Z.
Okay.
So my goal is start from the top and go to the bottom. You know, one of the things that struck me when I was doing this list, and Councilmember Costa mentioned it too, we were looking at all the 11, 12s and the things that are on here. We're thinking, wow, you know, there's a lot of stuff left. But then I think we need to really think about what the council accomplished. And so I gave a whole 3 pages of this the other day on TV. If any of you watched, I apologize. I'm not going to give you 3 pages now. But I think it's important to talk about what's been accomplished by the council setting some priorities and the city administrator and the staff making it all happen for good things. I'm sure at the head of the list for anybody in business would be the streamlining of the building and planning process and the written guarantee from our friends at Broadspec. Thank you. The streamlining of the planning process to get it down to a much shorter time period from 60 to 120 days, depending on what it takes. In the county, it's 2 years. In some surrounding communities, it's a year to a year and a half. And then I think we're all familiar with the large number of businesses that we've gotten as a result of it, and those are all very important. Then we have a lot of, what would we call them, nonprofits and volunteer groups. There's the Space Group, the Motorsports Group, the BMX Group, the Disc Golf Group, the Aquatic Center, the Economic Development Committee that's helping the Aquatic Center, Civic Auditorium repairs, Little League Field, completing a community center, working on a stoplight that shouldn't take more than, Larry, how long was it for the bike path? 19 years? So for the signal light with Caltrans, we sure we can beat that record. The police car video system, and just on and on and on. The Economic Development Committee, the Charter of Excellence, which has really set a standard for the city and kind of got everybody on the same page, and we appreciate everybody on being on board with that. The graffiti program, councilmember, one of the council members, I don't know which one of you it was, we were talking, and we said, well, you know, we take the graffiti program for granted because it's not here anymore. So we were thinking about turning it off for a couple weeks so we remind everybody what life could have been like. My favorite, the Gophers. Settling the question of the county fire, going with county fire, 11-day agenda, zoning administrator, and all of those things. So by my count, we accomplished 100+ substantial things and probably 1,000 little things. So an awful lot of things done that started at the council and were implemented by the staff. And so now I think we should all give ourselves a round of applause. Ready? That includes all you staff guys. Come on, get your hands up. Ready, set.
That was rousing.
It was. Okay. So there's just some thoughts about where we are to get to here. Now I'd like to go to oral communications for a couple minutes. If anybody has some opening comments they'd like to share with us. Anybody got an opening comment? Nobody's got one.
All right, I have a proposal so we can end our meeting right now, and that is that each one of us take our list, because you've all been going along scribbling out the things that don't matter, and on our list, to the left, next to the number, we will note that it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay? No, we do it to all of them. So we're gonna get everyone there and get them all together. And I'm sure that 99% of them, they're all gonna come out the same anyway, but we're just gonna do it. And then turn those into me, and I will compilate them and return a document. And every one of these that we scratched out, it will say deleted. And to the left will appear the magic letter, or to the right, where I successfully type it.
Are you talking about these?
No. Take this list right here that we just did, and all of us are going to go through the 1 through 6 exercise and put it on there, and then drop a copy back to me. And, if there's any of them that are disputed issues, but if there's 3 or more votes for whatever it is, then it's going to be done. Or we can sit here for another hour. Yeah.
It won't be done just by giving it to you. You will then bring it back here, and
Yes.
it'll be done in public.
Yes. I will compilate it, and I will return it, and that would be, if it fits time-wise, we could do it January 29th, and if it doesn't, we can do it February, whatever it turns out to be. February, if everybody would give it back to me by the day after Christmas, please. Okay? I'll fix him. Okay, is there anything else anyone wants to add at this time?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
One little detail I wanted to bring up here was the discussion we had about memos and posting on the website. We were going to do just a very quick little brief, if I recall correctly, to if we were going to continue to do this or not.
My understanding, we were going to post memos on the website, but I don't. City Administrator, what are we going to do?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Councilman Lingle.
Should I ask
But,
that question
no.
again?
He's very distracting to sit
I've had
next to.
dialogue with the city clerk and the IS division, and it is feasible that we create a link on the website that shows the agenda, the meeting date, the minutes, and then we'll create another link that says memos. And so if there's a request for a memo that comes out of a certain council meeting, that memo will be linked to that council meeting.
Perfect. Good. Everybody good with that? Yes? Ashley? Okay. Is there any other business we need to cover? Okay, last oral communications. Your moment to talk to us if there's something you've been bottled up over.
Mr. Mayor and Council, one
I'm
more
sorry.
thing. This is a going forward plan.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Anything? Come on. You got 2 minutes. Okay.
Just want to call. Council member Starbucks addition was at I-6 about the CAPER reports, and that you would now start doing some internal reports that had more detail and that weren't overly generous, describing the city's accomplishments. You talked about CDBG and RDA, and I just want to remind you that the home funds need to be a part of that, because that's much more money than the CDBG. Thank you.
Yeah, the purpose of that was to cover all of the housing product funds. Okay, anyone else? Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, we are adjourned to the next council meeting on January 8th at 7 p.m. No, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. January 8th at 6 p.m.
And I'll be up tasting wine.
And you better bring some back. Thank you, everyone, for working very hard, and we got this done in great time. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll come back, and we're going to go through section by section. So I'd like to start with ballot initiatives. Huh? Oh, yeah, you're right. Why aren't you sitting next to me? She's always been my help. Okay, two of you had thoughts on changing the priorities, and Dirk, your list was in first. What were you interested in changing?
I was just going to agree with Councilmember Costa with the efficiencies, accountability, and then the code enforcement, this, as the list shows now.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Costa, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. I wanted to change item number 4, instead of just to read accountability, but to read accountability, compliance, and transparency. It's a common acronym people use.
I got transparent, or, say it again.
Accountability, compliance, and transparency.
I don't get compliance. Explain that to me.
Compliance goes back to the issue that we've had, an issue we've been discussing often, which is in regards to contract compliance, ensuring that we're compliant with everything that we do, and focusing on best practices.
Could we say contract compliance? Would that be okay?
I prefer compliance, to be honest. I prefer compliance.
Councilmember Starbuck.
So I wasn't going to weigh in on that.
Okay. Everybody else tell me what you think.
I agree with keeping it as broad as possible, which would be just compliance.
Okay. Dwayne? Okay, done. Councilmember Starbuck?
On priority 5, I wanted to go with a proactive code enforcement.
That's a discussion item, and if you don't mind, I'd like to come back to that after we have that discussion item, and I'll just put this at the end and we'll look at it again.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Okay, we got that. Anything else on that? Okay. So let's go to item 1. And this is a discussion of the costs and benefits of placing a revised business license tax ordinance on the next general election ballot, because our current ordinance did not have a cost of living clause, and the fees in the ordinance are now worth about 50 cents on the dollar from what they once were. And in the longer explanation, and I'm not going to read all of this, but in the longer explanation, because of the way our structure was created back in 1978, at that time there were no large big box stores in Lompoc, and so the fee structure for business licenses was $375 for the first, up to the first million, and $50 per 25,000 thereafter, so $100 a million. And the example I gave is that 30 small stores generating $390 a year would pay a total of $7,200, which would be somebody doing about $1 million worth of business. I'm sorry, 390,000. Would pay $7,200 in business license tax on total sales of $11,700,000. One large box store selling $11,700,000 would pay $1,525. So the small businesses to sell $11 million, and would take about 30 stores to do it, would spend $7,200, where the big box would only spend $1,500. And sales of a really large big box store at about $32 million, and we have a couple here in town that are in that range, would pay only $3,475. So it's disproportionate. And then there's also the issue of the fee for residential apartment units, which was fixed at $5. So now that's $2.50, and frankly, it isn't even worth collecting. So that needs to be addressed too. So obviously, I'm in favor of going forward with this. Is there any comment on that? Councilmember Lingle.
So the process on this, are we going to do a comparison to other cities, make sure that we don't price ourselves out of new stores coming to town, new business coming to town? What's the process we go through?
This would be a staff review, and that's generally the way it would occur. But obviously, they're the experts in doing staff reviews.
Okay, so the process this evening, if we decide to go forward this, we just turn it over to staff, they come back to us with a report.
Prepare a review of the costs and benefits, just exactly as it says. Look at the agenda, not at my long write-up. What's on our project list is what we would be voting on. But whatever I give you in another document is just supporting information.
Well, I'm not doubting you. If this is what you're saying is true, I think we should look at it.
those are the numbers. Somebody a lot smarter than me worked them out for me a while back. Okay, everybody good with this one?
Yes,
Sir? Yes. Okay. And number 2 is the question that's come up, and previously I wasn't very much in favor of it, and that's the question of a charter city. And again, this is just, it would be a very preliminary discussion. We're a general law city. There are several other cities on the Central Coast that are charter cities, and Buellton is in the process of becoming one. I don't know what all the advantages are. I've sat through a meeting at the League of Cities, but at that time it really didn't get me going. But since then, there's been a decision by the California courts that it's very problematic for general law cities, and I think now it's at least worth a look. I'm not saying it's something we need to do, but I think we now at least need to look at it. Councilmember Holmdahl?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to look at it again. We didn't, it didn't pay off at that time, but if we had that information somewhere, it'd be good to pull it out and then see how it reads today against the new law. I think it's a good idea to go that way and at least find out for sure if it's going to work.
Okay. Councilmember Costa? Okay. To the right? Yes? Yes? Okay. Okay. I'd like to take the next group, which is B1 through B5 together, and here we're just looking at the text to make sure that the way I wrote it down and Councilmember Costa looked at it is the way all of us believe it should be. And these are just the going forward projects. And when I see you turn your head up, I'll know you're done looking. No, we're going to move it to the done list. Yep. Everything that's on here, there's actually a couple things that we did last meeting. They'll go over to the done list.
Not just the done list. They'll go to the ongoing or the, things like heal cities.
No, B5 is what he's talking about.
Oh, you're talking
We
about
did it on
B5
1218.
specifically. Okay.
The rest of them will go to the ongoing list. Everything that's in 1112 goes to the ongoing list or the revolving list if it's one of those revolving things that we're going to do every year. Okay, anybody got a comment on 1 through 5? Bob? Dirk? I'm fine. Ashley? Sure. Okay, B6, we just filled the single purpose committee, and Councilmember Starbuck, you had a comment that related to that. Are you happy with what it says under B6, or do you want to amend that?
No, I'm absolutely I just wanted to stand the committee up.
Okay. So everybody else good with B6? And I'll take B6A out. Okay, now let's look at B7 through B10. See if there's anything in there that needs verbiage correction. Again, these are the items that we previously approved. Seven through 10, because 11 has another hit on it.
Yeah, did you want to talk about the mud bog?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. So let's go to B7 to B8. Everybody good with B7 and B8? I didn't notice that. Sorry about that. Yes? 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 Ashley?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll go to B8, or B9 and B9A.
The only reason I brought this forward is because, as many of you may know at this point, I posted a status on my Facebook page about suggestions that citizens had in regards to this workshop. And something I got in private message in person and also on that Facebook status was the idea of bringing back the mud bogs. In preliminary discussion, I know that there was an issue with the previous location due to water. And so as a potential discussion, I want this to take but a few minutes of staff's time to just include in the conversation as a potential concept. If it's something that they absolutely don't see taking place, that committee, then it can die there. I just wanted the citizens' requests to be included in that discussion. Thank you.
I agree completely. I'd love to have a mud bog. Dwayne, you good with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, then we can put you right back to work. Okay, we'll just do B10 real quick and make sure that's okay. Everybody good? Yeah. Okay, 11 is yours, Councilmember Starbuck. How do you want to?
Well, I think what I want to do is tie this in to code enforcement.
Rather than here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you need to remember that we're going to put it over there.
I have it.
All right, you're in charge of remembering that. That's B11A to code enforcement. Okay, sorry, I put it in the wrong place. Okay, and everybody's good with B11, yes? Ashley? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Bob? Dirk?
Yes.
Okay. B12. Everybody take a quick look at that, and I'll explain B13. He's going to put it in. He's going to put it into code enforcement. Everybody good with 12? Yes? Okay, 13 is nothing. I actually double entered something, and then when I deleted it to move it, I didn't move it, and Councilmember Costa caught that, which was good. Okay. 14, and my thought would just be to combine Councilmember Starbuck's word into what's above, because I think it's a very good thought. Yeah.
My apologies, Mayor. I have one edit on B12.
Okay, go for it.
Staff is to return with a program and the criteria, not for the criteria.
Got it.
Thank you.
The Mayor Pro Tem is also the common Nazi now. She did a good job helping me. I appreciate it. And realize if there's any typos in here, the staff will fix those without our help. Okay, everybody good with adding 14A to 14? Yeah? Bob?
Yes.
Ashley? Okay, 15 and 15A. I think for that, if we could go to my handout for 15A, it might be a little bit helpful. So we could talk about the threefold approach. And this comes forward from something we talked about a while back. And I actually picked these pieces up from various places. The County of Santa Barbara has a successful program that has converted over 60% of their purchasing to business in Santa Barbara counties, and I attached it. And when I talked to them about it, they had $85 million worth of purchases, and they were able to get 65% locally, and those are the back of that page and the next one. They told me that it had been done for many years and that it was had been a good local vendor recruiting tool. Also, they also had a little basic recruiting program they did. And I didn't copy the whole thing because they actually have an ordinance. And that this program had been ongoing for 10 years, and then this Mark Mason guy I talked to basically offered to hold our hand and help us put the whole thing together so we didn't actually have to really develop anything. And then number 2 is something that was brought in by the Electrical Workers Union like a year and a half ago, and they were trying to get Alan Hancock on board with it at that time, and Hancock said, oh, you know, not so much, we'll get a local contractor. And then the contractor for their large construction project was from out of the area, and they were kind of unhappy they hadn't done it. And this is basically the requirement that the contractor make a good faith effort. Doesn't mean that they're going to hire local guys. It means that they're going to offer and try for a reasonable period of time to hire 70% of their workers locally, and locally would probably be defined as the North County because the labor pool in Lompoc might be too small. And then if they couldn't fill it, they could hire anybody they wanted. And then the last one is a little more controversial because it could involve some money, although I talked to a couple of other cities. Unfortunately, they were charter cities, not general law cities, about their experience. And they had found that very seldom that having a local labor ordinance in concert with having the small advantage that generally their local contractors were able to get in, and it was not common to have to pony up any of the 2%, and when they did, it generally wasn't a large amount, but there's a risk in there, and there would probably want to be a contract cap. I think these are, all 3 of these questions will take some review, and this is, the goal here is just to send them off to the staff so they could look at it and come back with us, to us, and see what's viable. I asked the gentleman from the Electrical Workers Union to go chase down a local labor ordinance from a general law city instead of a charter city, thinking there might be a difference there too, and I think we could get some free research out of them. I talked to him last night. Okay. Councilmember Lingle, do I have everything in it, or is there part of it you want to wordsmith up, or how do you want to go?
No, I think it is inclusive. I just, that last sentence that I have in there, make sure that once, if we do approve something like this, we have a way of communicating it, whether it be our website or workshops for the local businesses, because there are some things we do right now for local businesses, but, you know, maybe getting on a bid list, and they're not aware of it. So make sure we communicate whatever we do with the local businesses so we don't do all this work and they're still left out in the dark.
Okay, so if it's okay with you, I'll lift the last sentence out of B15 and I'll insert that at the end of B15A. Is that good? Okay, everybody good with that one? Yeah. Ashley?
Yeah, Marilyn, correct me if I'm wrong, but staff's already spent some time on this issue. Is that correct?
They spent a little time on it, and then they were going to come back to us when they got time, and they haven't had time. And also, I think the first look focused more on the 2% issue, which has proven to be Joe's favorite slippery slope, and as opposed to the other 2 parts of the issue.
Great, and I just wanted to ensure that your B15C would also be included in that.
Yes.
Thank you.
That was actually not mine. That was from city staff. Maybe I didn't mention that. Everything, if it says city staff / Lynn, there was a long list of suggestions that city staff did back in, city administrator, was that 2008? That big suggestion program? 2009?
I'm not certain what you're referring to, Mayor.
Okay. Well, it was a list that was given to me way back when. Anyway, and the council back then took the very promising things off it, and then there were other things that were left. So we'll combine 15C into there also. And Councilmember Costa, does A and, did we get everything you wanted? Okay, so I'm just going to strike that out. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize, but My recollection is that you did hear from Public Works Director regarding the Public Works bidding process requiring the local agency to award the lowest responsible bidder through
Or
a
pay the
RFP.
difference. Or pay the difference. Yeah. Okay, 16. There's two grant writing programs in here, and I'm not advocating for either one. And these are more just for anybody that wanted to sit and read it. City Administrator and I actually spoke to both of these people. I spoke to one of them at the first League of Cities event I went to, and then communicated with them, and they sent me some information, and Nikki Sandoval, who's my Human Services Commission person, kind of took a look at their program and critiqued it for me because she actually teaches grant writing, or did. She works for the Chumash now. And then that was kind of the basic grant writing program where they give you some software and you say, okay, I want a new fire truck. And it'll tell you all the places you can apply for a fire truck grant. That was eCivis. And then the other outfit is, and again, I'm not advocating for either one of these, just the concept, was California Consulting. And their deal is you contract with them, you give them, you tell them what you want. I'm looking over at you, boss. You tell them, because you talk to them too, you tell them what you want for a grant category, like I want a fire truck, and then they actually send you a list, and then they write the grant. Isn't that how they worked? You remember?
That's generally,
Okay.
as well as the other consultant from California Consulting, very similar.
Yeah, California Consulting was the one I was thinking of. So again, I'm not advocating for a program. I'm just advocating for looking at one now, because having talked to some other cities who have either an in-house effort or a full-time person, they get a lot of money out of grants. And sometimes it's a lot of little money, and sometimes it's some pretty big money. Did we get it, Chief? Did we get it? No word yet. We asked the same question on Tuesday. No news is good news, yeah. So everybody okay with going down this road? Okay. All right. Okay, this next one is also something I went through the class at the League of Cities, and it was put on by two volunteer coordinators from two other cities. One had a very impressive program. They had a volunteer coordinator and two assistants, but they were a lot bigger city. One of them had a part-time person and a volunteer helper that ran the volunteer program. But what I came away with that was impressive was that there's a whole computer suite of information, because there's actually a volunteer coordinator's organization, and literally they give you a canned program and you can take it and go with it in whatever direction you want to go. Knowing that we don't have very much money now, probably our direction might be to get a volunteer to start the volunteer program. But again, that would be something the staff would need to look at and see how that would work out. I'd just like to take a run at it and see if we can get something going. And Councilmember Costa, I agree, that would be a great first project to get the volunteer coordinator to get volunteers for a cleanup.
So again, just quickly referencing back to the post that I had on my social media site, a lot of the discussion centered around cleaning up the town, and I know that in the best of all worlds, there would be a group already doing that, but I think if we can at least help facilitate, even on a very minimal or part-time basis, coordinating volunteers, that would be very effective. I know that I think that there may be some concerns with potential union grievances, so I think we have to be careful with that, but I think that there's ways to make it work. And again, really making the citizens more engaged, which is what I've been really focused on, and also helping out staff with our limited staff at this point. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a good thing to reach out and look at. Dirk? Okay, Dwayne? Oh, yeah. Okay. Ashley, you want to talk about 18, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm currently under the impression, as they are given the position with authority to do, Ms. Gallivan and the mayor at times have been in the position to do some business outreach, which has been great. But for me, I think that if we formalize that process and create a formal policy, it would be more effective. So I know we have some fantastic things we can give out to businesses, such as a charter of excellence. I know Mr. Mayor also referenced me to some other things that we give to businesses at times, which is there's the broad spec guarantee of excellent customer service, and then there's this fantastic pamphlet here, which is all of the quarters of 2011 sales tax update and top 25 producers, revenue comparison, some information that are handed out to businesses as well. So I think that this is a great strategy. I think what I would like to see is something more formalized. I know the mayor has also done some work on creating a document in regards to the City of Lompoc overview and information we can give to businesses. But I think if we have that formalized, we have it edited, we have it finalized on nice paper and nice font and all those kinds of things, we can also hand that over to the Economic Development Committee and allow them to take that business outreach packet, so to speak, and do some proactive business outreach that way. So I don't think that would take. I was trying to come up with suggestions that were low cost, high impact type of stuff. So this is one of those that hopefully wouldn't take too much time because Mayor Lynn has already put forth quite a few efforts, and I know Ms. Gallivan has as well. So that was the idea. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
I think, go ahead, Councilors.
Something I might like to add on to that is this outreach program could probably be something that could be expanded into our city website also, where information should be available.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would see the integration of that taking place.
Yeah, I mean, price per square foot average, what's available here, demographics of the city, et cetera, et cetera.
Perfect. Thank you.
After I put it here, I got to thinking about it. Would it maybe be better to give this to the Economic Development Committee and let them do it? Because I'm sure they're more than able to go forward and get it done. What do you think?
I know that they're tasked with quite a few things. I would be comfortable with that. The reason I like administration because then Teresa is, although she would be involved with the committee, this is something that she could be working on as well. So I see it perhaps under both, and she can do with it what she feels is the best way of handling it, I think.
Okay, how about if we make it the staff and the EDC together?
That's perfect.
And on the website.
I would, say tie in the website, right?
Got it. Let's see. This one has been around for a really long time, and I can't tell you how many times businesses have talked to me about, hey, this guy's coming into Lompoc, and he's doing business here, and he doesn't have a business license, and, I see his truck around town all the time, but he doesn't have a business license. But in defense of the police department or code enforcement, they're not driving around with a business license list. I happen to be driving around with one in my car thinking that I could, make a dent in this. And, frankly, there's not time or opportunity. But in other cities, and actually they charge a lot of money for it, and that's not what I want to do. When you buy a business license, you get stickers for your business vehicle. And, these stickers are $1 or $2 a piece, and we could just recover our cost in them. So if you have 5 business vehicles, you get 10 stickers, and it's got the year on the sticker, and it's like DMV. One year it's one color, and the next year it's another color. You put one on the front window, one on the back window, and when code enforcement sees you or the PD is out looking for itinerant vendors, it's very obvious who's an itinerant vendor. But what a guy that I knew down in Arcadia told me, I think that's where it was, it actually was kind of self-policing because people would look around and they'd see business stickers on the business vehicles, and then they'd take their little selves over to City Hall and buy a business license so they had business stickers so they didn't look out of place. So it actually kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy. So this has been on my list forever, but it's a really small thing compared to the things we dealt with 2 years ago. Everybody good with it?
Marilyn, my only question is, are there any services rendered by residents that there aren't businesses located in Lompoc that could fulfill that need?
Well, you don't have to be located here to buy a business license. You just have to pay for the business license. And we're
We're
not
just in
trying to
order-
exclude anybody from coming here. If they come here and work, they just need to pay like everybody else. That's all. Councilmember Holmdahl.
Several years ago, we had a lot of roofers coming to town, and half of them didn't have a city business permit. And I would stop by and see if they had them or not, and eventually they all got in there. I think the idea of what you're talking about, having that tag on there, would make a big difference getting business in, to get their business license. I have to have one to be a notary, and anybody else should have the same thing. That's a business and wherever you have it. So I think it's a good idea to find a way to make sure everybody who's doing business in Lompoc, they can come in from anywhere they want to, but to buy a business license and work here.
And the second one, I probably would wait until we got the stickers out and then do B20 because it would be really easy then. It would be an awful lot of work to log every vehicle that comes into the landfill and then have the clerk look at that list. But once there were stickers on vehicles, then it would be easy for somebody at the landfill to go, yeah, here's the list of people that dumped at the landfill and don't have a business license. So I would just combine B20 with B19 and then say after the stickers are issued. If everybody's okay with that.
Marilyn, I would urge staff to use this as a suggestion, but if they have any other potential ideas to regulate that, or to be able to identify these businesses that are operating without a business license, that to include those suggestions as well, not limit it to what we have here.
Yep. I'll note that. Okay, the next one is, I took this out of an article in the paper, and normally I might not have put it on the list, but we've had some discussion with the mayor saying things to staff that weren't on the list. So what I'm trying to be very sensitive here to is getting all these kind of not very large things on the list. And plus this one, I guess this is one where I feel strongly both ways. It would be nice to help businesses get started, but then there's the question of, do you want them to get started this way? So this one, I'd just like everybody to kind of say what they think. Bob, you want to start?
On the surface, I would be against this. I think we're trying to clean up our city, and this was when we allow these businesses to develop in residential areas out of the garages. I think we're just trying to promote more clutter. So on the surface of this, I'm against it.
Okay. Dirk?
Leaning that way in myself, I mean, I understand a lot of people work out of their house, but what kind of a startup business are you going to have, a garage?
No, they were like
High-tech businesses in Simi Valley, that was the discussion.
Yeah,
it was like Apple and Steve Wozniak and where they started their company. I think that sort of was the model,
Yeah, are you going to deep fry in your garage, or, I don't know.
I don't know. Councilmember Stark or Holmdahl?
Yeah, I agree with Bob, is that it may sound good, it's considering what the type of business you have. You have a business that you leave all the time, that people aren't coming, or they're not working in your garage. That's the concern, that there's a lot of people out there are overhauling cars in a business in their garage, and that's making a mess for the people living around them.
Okay, that's 3, so B21 is no longer.
Wait. Give us a few minutes to talk about this for a second. For me, if what I think we need to reconsider here is it would be in the way that you framed what was allowed. So for me, I want to support entrepreneurs. I want to support, people who are trying to invent something, or people who are trying to create jobs, or people who are trying to sustain themselves with their own small business. And sometimes that's where it has to start. I think when you talk about, obviously not being customer-based business, obviously for me also, noise would be an issue, trash, all those kinds of things would have to be regulated. But if we're talking about somebody who wants to try to start a business in their garage because they're an entrepreneur, I don't think that we should limit that. I guess it would probably happen anyway if it was quiet enough in a garage anyway. So, but I guess if people knew that it was something we supported, perhaps that would happen more often. So just something to consider.
I guess my question then is, how is this different than we have many home-based businesses?
This allowed people to, the home-based businesses are really home-based offices. This allowed them to do something. They might repair a computer, or they might solder little parts, or those kinds of unobtrusive startup home-based. I didn't go into great depth on it. It was just something I picked up and had in my think about folder. And it got far enough to the top of the pile that it ended up on the list. Maybe what we would think would be expanding the categories of the existing home use permit. Maybe that would be a better way to approach this.
Why don't you call the Marasimi Valley and ask them how it worked?
Well, they're just now adopting it. It hasn't.
Oh.
This is a conversation with them.
I'd like to be sensitive to Councilmember Costa's her suggestions on this. And if I can have some assurances that it's not going to create clutter in the residential areas. When I say clutter, just congestion, people parking, extra noise. If I can have some assurance of that, I may take a look at it. Like I said, on the surface, I'm against it, but I just need more assurances that it's not going to have a whole bunch of businesses in the residential area that's going to disturb the residences. So.
Okay, so do we want to just throw this on to take a little longer look? So we would call a brief review and come back to council?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for that? Okay. And maybe it's as simple as just opening up the categories on our current home-based businesses a little bit, rather than reinventing the wheel.
Mr. Mayor, it's not just as simple as that, because if you're going to take up the garage space is there because the code requires parking requirements. So what I'm hearing you say is you'd want to have people operating the garage, which means they wouldn't be able to park in the garage. So is that what you are looking to do, or is it?
This was the discussion in what Simi Valley did, was that these were things that were being operated in home garages, yes.
Yeah, that's just a really good example of why on the surface I'm against it. So we certainly need a lot more information on this before I'd say go forward with it.
Okay, I don't want to spend too much staff time going down a road if it doesn't pan out, so I'm good with saying a brief review and return to council, because they could take a quick look at a couple, 3 other cities that maybe have done something and go, well, it did work or it didn't work. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. This is what we did before, 22. This is just continuing to support the wine industry. And this was on the other list, and I was asked to reintroduce it. Everybody good with the wording? We are. We are temperate. The climate is very temperate here. Councilmember Costa? Okay. The same thing with 23. Just by way of information, I had a conversation with the county administrator, and they are not currently discussing that. They will be discussing it next summer, and we will be included in the discussion. 24. Bob? Ashley? Bob? Okay. 25. This was a suggestion from actually 2 people on the suggestion list, if I remember correctly, and that different departments in the city have specialized equipment and other departments don't know about it and they go rent it. And they might be able to borrow it from each other and pay each other for the rental of it a lot less than we're paying to go rent it, or just have a loan agreement between departments, however it worked out.
Marilyn, can you provide an example of that?
The street department has a large air compressor. The park department doesn't. They're going to run a couple jackhammers rather than going and picking one up and renting it. And I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm just saying, they pick up that piece of equipment from the street department on a day they're not using it, and they go over and jackhammer concrete. But I do see rental bills come by where we rent things, and So this might be an opportunity and it might not. It was just on the staff suggestion list.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it should certainly be out there because it would, obviously it'll meet our efficiencies.
Yep. I think it's worth a look. And if it turns out that it's bogus, Laurel will tell us that it didn't work out.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I believe we do share between departments when possible.
Okay.
So Mayor, then, hearing that from the city administrator, what action are we asking? If it sounds like we already have something in place.
I don't know, do we have a list in place?
I'm not aware of a list, but it is a practice.
Okay.
So I think we can X this one off. Is that what we're deciding?
It's okay with me. Goodbye, B25. If you needed that for bingo, you're out of luck.
Mayor Lynn, I'm also curious if we want to ask for public comment at this point, and then also, are we supposed to be assigning each one of these to a council priority as well?
Yeah, but I thought well, I don't know. Do you want to do it as we go along? Or do you want to cruise back through at the end? I was going to cruise back through at the end and just number them up as we went. So we could stay on that topic and have just numbers in our mind rather than bouncing back and forth. And then once we assign the 1 through 6 to it, will be done tonight, and then the staff will take these and pull them off and put all the 1s together and all the 2s together. And then the second council meeting in January, we'll have 45 minutes or so, and we'll take all the 1s and we'll prioritize them, and we'll take all the 2s and prioritize them, and take all the 3s and prioritize them, except the ones that are already done, which won't be on the priority list. Chief?
How about a meeting in February?
I'm sorry?
February rather than
I'm
January.
sorry, there's no second January meeting. I stand corrected. And you told me that once already today.
So Mayor Lynn, I'm glad you brought that up, because seeing as there are so many requests on here, I know I've seen this, but it's still startling. Only because of the discussion that we had at the previous workshop about trying to limit what we were giving to Laurel. So this is a little bit different than I think I had anticipated. And so I guess I would have to agree that once each one is placed under the 6 priorities, we would prioritize each, and therefore, Laurel, you would have, Ms. Barcelona, you would have no requirement to do something under priority 6. Per se, because you have everything else ahead. I feel like this is overloading.
No, I think what you need to understand is that some of these items might go to a staff person who might only have a number 5 or a number 6. They wouldn't even have a number 1. So just because it ends up as a 5 doesn't mean nobody's ever going to look at it.
I definitely agree that they can start the work, but I would argue that still takes Ms. Barcelona's time, not only to distribute, which I think is fine, but in getting the information, validating the information, presenting it to council, getting all of this done in 2 years just seems
if there's some that
unrealistic.
can't be done because they're too far down the list, then that's what'll happen.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank
My
you.
expectation is that we'll work to get done what we can get done, and what we can't get done, we can't get done.
Yeah, are you thinking that we should maybe just come up with a top 10?
For me, particularly items that were requested by more than one council member, I think should be given larger priority as a first layer. But I think we do need to come up with something such as that.
And the goal at the next meeting will be to take all the number 1s and put them in order, and all the number 2s and put them in order, and so on.
I think what Councilmember Starbuck was explaining, though, is if there is in the top 10 something that is under council priority 4, but there's 4 of us that want it, then that could be done before item 30 under priority 1.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Councilmember Starbuck? Is that what you were?
Yes, well, I mean,
Do that.
one of my top priorities would be some of these code enforcement things I want to talk about, but now we've moved code enforcement to a priority 5, but I still think it should be in one of the top 10 for the council goals.
Okay.
So perhaps each of us need to come up with our own
Top 2.
top 2 or 3.
Okay. We can do
I think,
that.
and then Ms. Barcelona can deal with those equitably and then move on to the rest after that.
Okay. Works for me.
Yeah, I support that plan. Because you do have to look at what your core values are, the essential services.
Sounds good. Okay, C1. That's,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor?
sorry, C1 through, yes, sir.
I think Councilmember Costa suggested a public comment at this point of anything that we've reviewed. Did you, Councilmember Costa? Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody have anything they want to say? Nope. You got to come up to the microphone. Sure, come on up, Tom. And you got to say your name when you get there. You don't have to be. You don't have to be pretty to come and talk to us.
I'm a local business owner, and I'm interested in compressed natural gas. And your advertisement in the paper said that that's what was going to be discussed tonight.
No, it was Tuesday. But there's good news. There's good news. It was an appeal of a prior decision to the Planning Commission. We upheld the Planning Commission, so the compressed natural gas plant is going forward. We added one requirement that they put in security cameras, and they're rocking and rolling on it. And if you want to talk to somebody about it, call Frances Lemons at the Transportation Department at the school district, and she'll be happy to talk your ear off.
Okay. So, Peter, why are we here?
Somebody didn't read the paper.
You got the wrong date in the
No,
paper.
it's in the paper for Thursday night. He's got the paper with him.
Okay. Well, if you want to talk about it, I can give you the rest of the information. It's going forward. That's what you want to know, right?
Have a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Get a cup of coffee while you're here, Tom, and hang out with us. Don't leave. Yeah, have a second cup. Don't leave. Hang out with us. Anybody else? Tom, don't feel bad. I drove all the way to the wrong to a meeting in the wrong day a while back, so you know what happens.
You know, Tom, sometimes we wonder why we're here too. So,
Amen. Okay, finance, C1 through 3. Again, these are 2011, 2012 projects. Are there any corrections in the? And these are ones we've already approved. I'm not. Remember, typos don't count. This is just a draft. When you're done, say yes. 1 through 3. Okay. Bob? Yeah. Dirk? Good. Yeah. Ashley? Done. Okay. Oh, wait. No, not so good. There's a 3 and a 3A. I got them on 2 different pages.
That's okay because they're 2 separate things.
Actually, well, they're kind of the same. I actually think 3A has a better wording to it because I know we have to get the 15-year capital improvement plan before we can do the AB 1600. So how about if we take 3A instead of 3 because it's got better wording. Everybody okay with that?
Yes. I understand that, Mr. Wilkie, that interest that we earn on 1600 funds has to stay in that fund.
That's why I turned my mic on, yes. The whole premise of collecting fees for something that's in a distant future is the fee structure is built in with an interest component that will allow for having enough money at the end to build what it is that you're trying to build.
So you'd like us to delete that last sentence?
If that's an adequate explanation, then it's done.
Yes.
Okay, so now we've got C3 without the C3A without the last sentence. Because C3, you have to have the capital improvement plan before. Everybody good with that? Bob? No, C3 doesn't have the capital. Oh, it does. They both have it. Oh, they both say the same thing. Okay, well, okay, we'll take C3. The next one is just a really simple, good idea that somebody said to me that wouldn't take us any effort at all, which is to get voter registration forms next to the utility turn-on window. Because if you moved, you're going to turn your utilities on, and you need to re-register to vote. Kind of a little easy customer service.
could I tag on to that?
Sure.
Could we tag on some of our Roundup program things right there also?
Huh?
Roundup, i.e. library, if you'd like to round up your utility bill, what programs are available, just put them in right beside the registration forms?
I think there are documents out there in the lobby currently.
Yeah, they're just
Sometimes.
they're just not next to where people are. I think he's talking about putting them over there with a holder where you're standing next to it, waiting to turn your utilities on, and you can say, "Oh, and while I'm here, I'd like to round up," since they're signing up. Everybody good with that one? Yeah. Roundup added? Okay with Roundup? Yeah. The next one there's a little write-up on. I appreciate it if everybody take a look at that because it's a little more information on that. And for the public, I'll read this one. The Lompoc swap meet operates on a city parking lot each Saturday. Local merchants compete against the swap meet vendors for local sales. When the swap meets all over began many years ago, most of the participants were local folks cleaning out their garages and others that bought used items from yard sales and auctions and resold them at the swap meet, including me. These sales did not generally compete with local stores that employ Lompoc residents. Today, the swap meet vendors have changed and largely sell new merchandise in competition with Lompoc retail stores and Lompoc jobs. To provide equality, I believe the swap meet vendors should meet the same requirements as Lompoc businesses, not any more, not any less. Other businesses must have a business license, and as these vendors sell in Lompoc on an ongoing basis, they should have a business license rather than purchasing an itinerant vendor license unless they intend to be at the swap meet less than 4 times a year. The licensee will be required to meet the same requirements as any other business, including proof of workman's compensation insurance, unless they employ only family members. Because these vendors are itinerant in nature and sell at multiple locations, the swap meet contractor should be required in their city of Lompoc agreement to collect copies of each vendor's monthly or quarterly sales tax filing for delivery to the city to prove they're paying their taxes here. Some of the swap meet vendors that operate here have been cited by the state for failing to pay the correct amount of sales tax. To eliminate this problem, swap meet vendors must be required to either use a cash register or issue a 2-part tape or 2-part receipt to customers. And in conclusion, the city attorney should make the necessary amendments to the swap meet operator's contract, institute the necessary procedures, and so on. It's not our friends and neighbors selling stuff anymore. It's out-of-town people coming here and selling, and I'm fine with that as long as we're getting our sales tax and they're paying their fees and competing on an equal footing with everyone else in Lompoc.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea. I thought we put this into motion about 6 years ago, but I guess it kind of went by the wayside because we were wanting everybody out there to have a business license that was doing business, and I'm concerned that it went by the wayside, and glad we're getting it back again.
Okay, Dirk?
I'm just curious about the enforcement on that. Who would take that? I know it's going to be a policy.
The swap meet vendor would be responsible for doing these things as part of their agreement. And I think, the easy test would be people would have to have their business license in their booth. And again, this is not for mom and pop who are out there selling used stuff or emptying their garage. It's only for businesses selling new merchandise. Councilmember Costa.
Mayor Lynn, my only argument, well, I have one concern, one argument. The argument would be that because they aren't here, 28 to 31 days out of the month, the business license shouldn't be the same amount as a normal business who is here and can have their doors open more than 1 day a week. So I would say that I think that as far as efficiencies are concerned, this makes sense. But I think that it should be prorated essentially based on their presence and not the same amount as a normal business license.
All the business licenses are based on your annual sales. So if you're coming here and you're selling less than $25,000 a year, your business license is $30.
The other argument, I guess the larger concern that I wanted to discuss, and I know this is going to get very conceptual, is that for me, there is, and this is something I think that we can see in our community, there is quite a large divide between the Latino and Hispanic community and the non-Latino Hispanic community. I don't want to make this a racial or cultural issue, but my concern is the primary vendors at the swap meet and the primary consumers of the products at the swap meet. And I don't want to make it more difficult for one demographic as opposed to another. I just want to bring that forward and not, I understand that has nothing to do with why you brought it forward, but I think it's something to be considered. It's something that needs to be considered.
And again, I don't want them to have to provide anything that a normal business doesn't have to provide in having a business license. I mean, if they're coming here and they're selling less than $25,000 a year, it's $30. That's surely not a large amount of money. But it's what another business in Lompoc selling less than $25,000 a year would have to pay. If you have a home business out of your home office, you have to pay $30 to have a home business at $25,000 a year.
So
Don't you, Dwayne?
So then what is your argument for the Friday evening farmers market that you see as distinct?
Those vendors are vending an agricultural product that doesn't generate any sales tax. These vendors are vending products that generate sales tax.
Well, there are both.
Oh, are there?
There are both.
Well,
so then this would be...
They should have a business license too if they're going to come on a repeating basis.
But we're trying to incentivize certain things like farmers markets. Does that make sense? So this is counterintuitive to something like that.
It may be counterintuitive, but if I sell the same thing they sell and I have to buy a license and they get a free ride, that's inherently unfair.
I'm curious what the common practice is in other communities. Do we know, is it similar or is it something as proposed? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just a discussion that I'm curious about. I don't want to disincentivize this from taking place.
Well, and again, remember that what this says is the staff is to review current ordinances and return to council with any recommendations of changes. So I guess we'd find out that when they get back. Because this isn't saying we're going to do it. This is saying they're going to go look at it and come back to us. That's all. We're not making a decision tonight. We're making a decision to look.
I understand that. I think for me, I am going to say no on this one.
Okay. Bob? Dirk?
Well, I wanted to just kind of make a comment here. I don't know if we want to go off into the business license world with this, because if the person makes $30,000, but they only make $6,000 in Lompoc, I mean, maybe staff, when they do this, would want to consider maybe a kind of a special permit for swap meet resale or a flat rate on it, so we don't have to get into this what business they did. I'm here 5-7 days a week. These guys are here 4 days a month. So.
Again, that would be something the staff could recommend. Go forward or not?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Dwayne? Go forward. All right. C6. And there's a little spreadsheet on C6 in your big packet, and it looks at the number of checks we wrote for given months back in 2010 and talks about some industry average costs, and they vary rather widely. And this was something that was brought to me by a number of people from private industry, and the fact that they've largely converted their small purchasing to credit cards rather than cutting checks because of the cost of cutting a check.
Makes sense, Mr. Wilkie?
I asked our purchasing department to just give me an idea of how many purchase orders we issue for less than $500, and for 11/12 we issued 86, and of those 86, there are purchases that are small that may not have a purchase order at all for like utilities or things like that. But one other thing, that even if there's a small purchase order for something that has work done on the premises, that requires proof of insurance, which can't be required under just a credit card. So I will look into those 86 from 2011-12 and also what we're doing now to see if any of those could have been better utilized under the purchase card program.
Well, I'm confused then, because I went through the the register, and these are the number of checks under that amount that I counted in those months. So somehow we're buying a lot of things somehow. I don't know how we're doing it, but those are the ones where there were checks issued, probably on POs, but there were, in the course of those 6 months, there were 3,138 checks issued that were low amounts. So I don't know. I was just counting checks.
It could be we have several open POs to make it easier for somebody to buy something, and that doesn't happen very often during the year. There's maybe several different reasons for that. So,
well, maybe you and I and the city administrator could get together and take a look at it. These are paper checks that we mailed. Yeah. You know that voucher register we approve at every council meeting? That's what I counted these off of. Of the 3,138 checks, 60% were between $6.30 and $999. 20% were between $1,000 and $3,000, and 20% were over $3,000. Now, clearly, at a certain point, from $1,000 up, you probably want to issue a check, but if 60% of the checks were under $999, those would be the soft targets that I would think we would want to look at.
Mr. Mayor, I've asked Mr. Wilkie this. Are we opening ourselves up to more potential for fraud by using the credit card more often? Right now, I think the checks we have more control over. We issue a PO, we have a check. One of our financial people are signing the check, mailing it off, as opposed to just giving our credit card number to a vendor that's in Nebraska.
Okay, realize that the system isn't like a personal credit card. These systems each morning report the items on the credit card, on a particular credit card, to a particular supervisor. The supervisor has to check them off and approve it, and that's when the credit card company pays the bill. Just because somebody swipes the card, that doesn't make it paid. It's paid when we approve it. And both Union Bank, Bank of America, and Bank of the West all have a product like that. So it's not a conventional credit card.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Holmdahl.
I've done business with credit cards, but there's also a fee if you go to credit cards. And I don't know if this plan has no fee or if it does, but there's about a 4% fee.
Yeah, there's no fee to the user on this, and matter of fact, one of the banks actually gives you a rebate on your purchases. So there's a small revenue stream generated by using their credit card. What is your pleasure? We need to move on.
As long as we put this as a very, very, very low priority.
It would be on the how to save money number, whichever one that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Dwayne?
Worth looking at, like Wilkie did have a chance when he has nothing else better to do to double check that. See whose figure's right.
we're pretty sure he's not going to do it now between now and the end of the budget. And then if we don't have another RDA to dissolve, though, so he probably won't get drowned in that. Ashley? Okay. And the next one was one of the employee suggestions, number 8. I don't know if, I'm sorry, 7. No, that's mine. Number 7 was just something that was sent to me, and this was kind of unsolicited. This guy knew a bunch about what we have and threatens to save us $300,000. I'm not sure he can, and I'm not advocating for this person in particular. I'm just advocating that the finance department take a look and see if there's a way, because of the low interest in this, and here's one guy that's interested. So I'm only advocating this to take a look. And it says with a report, it should say brief report. Okay, Dirk? Ashley?
Mr. Wilkie, looking at this preliminarily, do you feel that there's potential for cost savings?
Let me just caution everybody about asking a staff member, because they haven't seen these things. They weren't asked to be prepared to talk about all these things. So I hesitate to put them on the spot when they haven't seen any of what you're looking at. other than just the very basic list, the main list. They haven't seen any of the supporting documents because I didn't want to run 30 sets of 150 pages, because this will be something they would look at and go yes or no.
Having said that, except for our large debt that's for the water and wastewater departments, I've actually had conversations with various financial firms to do such a thing for some of our lease purchases, and that is something we will be pursuing through the budget process to see if we can realize some savings. I don't know if we can, but it is something where I've thought about for the 13-15 cycle.
That's a good thing. We just talked about it, and he's already working on it. I bet he can get it done. Yeah, he's going to be ahead of us.
So that actually, I think that would be more helpful if staff does have input, please say something. Because we're up here, it feels a little bit formal, but I think for me this is supposed to be much more informal. So stand up and yell at us if you have some input about what we're talking about and you think that we have no idea what we're talking about. Let us know. Thanks.
Okay, number 8A, a staff suggestion. I'm sorry, number 8. Number 8. Can't tell you if it's a good idea or not. Don't know anything about computers. Just carrying an idea forward to have somebody take a quick look. Dirk? Okay. Dwayne? Okay.
I think that this needs to be a suggestion rather than placed under a priority, because I think that this is getting down to a little bit of micromanagement. Thank you.
Well, the staff member thought enough to bring it forward, so that's why I included it. Okay, number C9, also a staff suggestion.
I think it's worth looking at.
Bob?
Mr. Mayor and
City
Council,
Administrator.
this is something that I would like Management Services Director Brad Wickley to weigh in. I think he does have some advice.
Okay, go for it, sir.
I've not been here as long as Jeff, who is our Information Services Manager, but to be able to build and create a stable environment that will allow for us to utilize our assets. We've been building towards getting a Microsoft environment for our servers, as well as a Microsoft-supported product that will allow us to be able to concentrate on the more important public safety security aspect of our network, rather than trying to make sure that our other systems that are out there, say Microsoft Office, are able to be compatible with some of the various stuff that we do. Having said that, for instance, the Open Office product does not even have an Outlook something compatible or like Outlook. So we'd have to go look for a whole entire different platform for messaging. That's just one example of some of the hurdles we may encounter. So,
Brad, I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you think this is something that we should leave on the list or not?
No.
I'm going to defer to you. You can say yes or no.
I'd prefer it not be on there.
Okay.
So.
I'm good with that.
I changed my vote, yeah.
You changed our mind. Thank you.
I think it should be on there.
Yeah. Okay, next. Number 10. I feel very strongly this should be on here because I want to get the theater resolved. So, and I did include, in case anyone didn't get it previously, the guidelines from the Department of Finance, which we now have, and I think we're actually already working on it. But this will just formalize the fact that we are working on it. Everybody, excuse me, everybody good with it? Dirk? Yes. Dwayne? Yes. Ashley? Okay. Number 11. Again, a staff suggestion. Mailing a statement is probably $1.25 by the time you get the postage, the labor, the envelope, and all of those things. If we could get some of them done online, that would be a good thing. I think it's something out there in the future that's going to be worked on.
Marilyn, I would suggest that this goes under C16.
Okay, we get down to C16, we'll talk about moving 11 with it. Everybody good with 11 until we get to 16? Okay, item 12. Joe? If I'm in the surplus selling business, but I don't sell the city's surplus, can I talk about this item? Okay. I read an article about that got me thinking about the city of Portland, Oregon, who sells stuff for everybody around them, and I'm not necessarily advocating that we would do that, but they have a unified approach to selling their surplus that has been very good for them and has generated a lot of revenue, and we might be better served by looking at creating a unified approach and perhaps including either together or have them do it for us, the other local government agencies, to build a larger base of stuff to sell. What they were doing is they were selling the bulk of their stuff online, and then some of it they sold, could be will called after you bought it online. And being in the stuff selling business, that's a good way to sell stuff. What do you think? Chief?
Mayor and Council, I believe we already do, through the purchasing agent, sell many of our surplus equipment online.
And this would be also to see if we could work with others. Yeah.
Perhaps this could be like C8, make us a suggestion and not an actual priority.
Well, it would be the miscellaneous, so it doesn't have a big home. Would be like a number 6.
But because there's already something taking place, as staff has noted, I think that this would be better as a suggestion only.
Okay, well, for the purpose of this list, I do like to either put it on or take it off, and if they can look at it if it's a suggestion, but I don't want to track it going forward if we don't want it tracked going forward.
If we're already doing it for our own surplus, I think it's going to take us a lot of time to get involved in selling it for other agencies as well. So I'd say no to this.
Okay. All right. 12 is gone. 13. Also a staff suggestion to raise the price of the garage sale permit because it currently doesn't cover the cost of issuing it, and to increase the frequency to get some more money. So two-part suggestion from the city staff. One is to get cost recovery on issuing the permit, and one is to issue them more frequently. Who wants to weigh in on this one? Who was first?
I'm going to say no.
To the first half or the second half? 1 and 2. Councilmember Holmdahl.
No, I agree with it. In other words, if it's costing us money to do it $2, then it's no sense even doing it at all.
Well, I think we do it to regulate it, but I think we need to get it up to a cost recovery. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. And the frequency is this because some people just wind up needing to have a garage sale every 3 months?
I think I didn't put the whole paragraph in here, but it was really the idea that some people would like to have it more often, and we'd like to have more of their money.
I think it's rather trivial. I mean, what is our break even to have a garage sale permit?
Pretty sure it's not $2. I don't think there's anything you can do for.
Is it 8?
I don't know. The number they quoted was 7. All I did was type it in. So let's say that talk about it's a cost recovery permit, and do we want to change the frequency or not?
I don't mind changing the frequency. I just don't want to turn this into a profit maker. I mean, we'd like to kind of break even on it for the people.
Yep. Cost recovery. Bob, more garage sales or not?
I agree with the frequency, changing the frequency. I'm sorry, we're changing the frequency and making a cost recovery, not necessarily a profit center.
Okay, so I'm amending this to change it to cost recovery. Okay.
Just a reminder, these aren't final decisions, so this will be up for public discussion at some point.
Yep, these are just projects going forward. The next one was, again, a look at cost recovery. The recommendation from this employee was twofold. Number one, that our utility turn-off, turn-on fees were reconnect fees weren't full cost recovery, and also that we create an after-hours fee for those people who want to pay an extra fee to get their utilities turned back on after hours, and that we would have cost recovery in that.
Again, I agree with cost recovery.
Are you comfortable with creating an after-hours fee for those that want to use it that's also cost recovery? So we provide a service and get cost recovery.
Right now, right now, we are not doing after hours?
It is my understanding that we do not provide that except in urgent cases currently.
If we're not doing it and they want to pay the cost recovery fee, I'd say go ahead.
And it'd be a pretty good one because it's a 4-hour callback. Dirk?
Yeah, I'd like to see how the staff report on this, how it works out.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I'd like to see what staff has to say for sure.
I agree.
Okay. Ashley?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The next one, I'm not sure it's cost recovery, but it would be aligning ourselves with what other agencies do who assumedly have figured out what it costs to handle a return check. The county charges on each and every. I guess maybe I have a little kinder heart because mistakes happen. And so my thought would be that the first one would be free or whatever it is we charge now, however that works, and then the next one would be the higher rate. So if you keep bouncing checks, it's going to cost some money to do it. I think the point that the staff member had made is there are some people who are real good at bouncing a lot of checks, and it becomes a pain to keep chasing it. Let's try from we'll try from the left this time. Ashley?
Marilyn, do you know what our return check charge is at this point?
No. I knew what it was once upon a time, but I wouldn't say that now because it's the last time I looked at this, it was a long time ago. So, no, I do not. I would say that what we're asking here is take a look.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because if it's not much less, it's going to end up being that we're spending more time to actually decide to change it as opposed to the money that would come in if we do change it. But I think
it was a lot less when I looked at it before. There's a number in my head, but I'm not going to spit it out because I'm not sure enough. It was too long ago.
Okay.
And Brad's not looking like he's got the answer in his head either. Okay. And you guys okay with that? And I think we all understand with that, if it's $5 difference, we're not going to go through the work.
Right, now this is referring to the second return check and each subsequent one,
check.
so I understand that, so yeah, I'm in favor.
People who have bad habits, not people who make mistakes. Okay. Ashley, you want to talk about 16 in relation, and then we have 11 to talk about in relationship to it.
Sure. I think it's, there's no question in regards to the idea that I support things being digital and not being in paper copy. I wish I would have received this via email. I wish we would be working off this document on a PowerPoint right now so we can all agree and everybody can see what goes on, and there's no question of anybody's interpretation. I just think that we need to start focusing on bringing ourselves up to date. That's what this is. So I'm saying if we can come up with a strategy, I say digitize City Hall, whatever you think it is. I know there's some things we already do, and I know it's uncomfortable at first and it can cost money at first, but usually there's cost savings. In the long run, with technology, if anything, you're saving money on the printed costs. So mobile apps is another one. I went to League of California Cities meeting, and there was a large discussion in regards to how successful mobile apps have been internally and externally. So you think the city would have a mobile app for its citizens, but in fact there was police departments that had mobile apps just for the police department. I know that that's like really extreme to think about, but they were literally taking, for small, nonviolent crimes and things, they would take it on the phone, they would actually could take photos. And I know that that sounds very out there, but really there's cities that are doing some amazing things with the digital technology we have. So I know it's uncomfortable and it takes time and money, but we are behind. And I know we will never move as fast as a business or even as a university, but I think that we need to start, looking at improvements, making everything digital and online, including the discussion of a cloud-based system. Thank you.
Dwayne? I think moving in the technology direction is good. Okay. Bob?
I want Councilmember Costa to explain the cloud to me.
No.
I'm okay with it.
No. No. Stay on point. Okay, everybody stand up for 1 minute and stretch.
C11.
C11 is part of C11 and C16 are now buddies.
Okay, so
Okay, we're going to take a 5.
So you can't explain the cloud to me?
No more clouds. D1. Well, we already did this, so D1's checked off. D1? We already did that. It's done. D2. This is a request from the amateur radio community about 25 times over that there's a problem with our code, and have they and the city attorney sit down and look at it and see if we can get this worked out.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to interject that it's more of an interpretation by people than necessarily a problem. So I'm concerned about the fact that you have a thing in writing that says our rules don't comply with the federal regulations.
Okay, our rules may not. How's that? Since there's a interpretation question, I would just like you to find peace in the world for me on this thing. That's all I really want in life.
Peace on earth?
Yeah.
The peace that you want is only going to occur if the city makes a different decision on how they're handling a particular situation, and they're not handling it illegally, but someone thinks we are. So I don't know how to make peace.
Maybe you could come back to us then and tell us what our alternative would be, and we can see if we want to handle the situation differently. How about that?
Mr. Pannoni, in your opinion, are we complying with all federal regulations?
We're complying with the ones that
Just a sec. Would you rephrase that to say, are we complying with federal antenna regulations, please?
Okay, with federal antenna regulations.
Thank you. Sorry, Joe.
We're complying with the things that a person that I've dealt with thinks we're not complying with. I'm not going to say I've looked at every single thing. So
are we wasting, in your opinion, are we wasting our time because you're going to come back to us with the same opinion as you've been giving?
With no sense of disrespect, I don't think the council should be trying to figure out whether we're complying with the federal statutes. That's why you have staff. And if you have a problem with staff because they aren't saying what a person who wants to hear then complains to you, I don't know how to deal with that, but all I can tell you is I don't think the council should be trying to figure out whether you're complying with federal statutes or not.
Okay, I agree.
Dwayne?
Yeah.
Take it off or leave it on?
Take it off.
Okay. I know you're watching out there. I put it on the list, so now you can do what you want to do. Okay. If you would all please refer to D3A. And I'm not seeking that we make a decision on this now because I think it's way too big to make a decision on now. I believe we should agendize this for a future discussion because what has transpired in code enforcement has now become quite different from what I envisioned it. And you should look at each of the items I have listed on here because it's really, 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 how would I describe it? It's an upside down pyramid in terms of the number of people this is now affecting. So as an example, there are perhaps 6,000 storage sheds in Lompoc, just a rough guess, could be 8,000, that are not appropriately placed compared to the code. And I question whether we want to go after 6,000 residents, maybe 7,000, or if we want to seriously consider what our code says about how a shed should be placed. Similarly, I learned that a large number of properties on the south side have an 18-foot easement into their front yard, which means that anything that they do in their front yard should have had an encroachment permit. And so I question whether we would want to go back to those 2,000 or 3,000 properties because their neighbor complained and forced them to buy a couple $100 encroachment permit. And the list goes on. So I believe that before we talk any more about code enforcement, we need to have an agendized meeting where we talk about these various issues and make decisions on whether we want to go forward or not. Because I know I don't want to get 5 or 10 phone calls a week for the rest of my life over these things. So what has happened here is we will have someone who has a nuisance issue. So we go out on a proactive basis and we enforce this nuisance issue. Weeds, car parked on the dirt, usual nuisance things. And then that person says, well, what about that house, that house, that house, that house, that house? And in one case, it was 11 other houses. And it ranged from garbage cans that were on the side of the house instead of in the backyard, to a shed, to things stored in the garage, and just on and on and on. And, you know, as I mentioned before, my concern when we started down this road was where we were going, and it's become way worse than even I thought was possible. So before we go further down this road, I strongly urge that we agendize this for an in-depth discussion.
Marilyn, that was the argument that I was worried of, and that was pinning neighbors against neighbors, and it sounds like that's actually what it's done. I experienced that in one instance in the residence that I live in as well. Yep. So I may disagree with other folks on the dais as to how to deal with code enforcement, but I think that it's a discussion that needs to be had.
And it needs to be had before we go 1 inch further down this road, because it is spreading. Let's see, there's arithmetically and geometrically. The problem is increasing geometrically. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't want this to drop off, but I think that this is the only place that we're going to talk about it right now, right? There's not listed anywhere else here.
No, this is all of code enforcement, and from my standpoint, I think this discussion needs to be the #1 item under number 5, and it needs to be one of our top 10 priorities if we truly end up with the top 10 or the top 15, whatever it is. It needs to be there, but it needs to be a much wider discussion than I want to have here tonight. I simply provided information as an illustration.
Okay, because we have up here where I am, what was the earlier one? We were going to talk about code enforcement. Where did you list it earlier?
That was on B11A.
B11A.
And I'd like to combine B11A with these two.
I would absolutely like to do that.
Okay.
I would like to also include in this the citation authority.
Yeah, this would be a wide-ranging discussion.
Okay. Is this a point where we could talk about changing it from code enforcement graffiti to proactive code enforcement?
We could discuss anything we want about code enforcement. I want everybody to understand what the risk is when we get there.
No, I'd like to go ahead and talk about the proactive part of it. I mean, Councilmember Lingel's listed it here. I know that I listed it on my submission.
Okay, pick a number and we'll combine it. What number are you looking at?
It's already here.
Yeah, but what number is it? Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just consolidating B11A with D3 and D3A for purposes of an agendized discussion. B11A, D3, and D3A are all consolidated for the purposes of an agendized discussion. Councilmember Lingle.
I'm fine with agendizing it, but we have to bring it back. We have to discuss it.
Oh,
because-
yeah, we surely do.
Because I was upset when we deprioritized code enforcement down to number 5. In my opinion, so much of what we're trying to do is predicated on code enforcement. My example of the 72-hour parking, the code for 72-hour parking, this is a game that we play with the
Okay,
citizens here.
let me say to you that one of the things that has generated a large number of other complaints against other neighbors was the issue over someone's boat.
Okay, yes.
No, not okay. 14 other complaints resulted from that on all of these issues. You don't, I'm not going to say another word. We're going to agendize this and have a
The
discussion.
intent of the 72-hour parking is we do not have our streets as parking lots. That's the intent of it.
It tells me that we've got a pretty big problem.
Yes, and it's a big problem because we have not addressed it in the past. Let's get it addressed systematically over the next, I don't care, 5 to 10 years. Slowly get it done. But right now, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And councils 10 years from now are going to be sitting having the same discussion we are, that, you know what, this problem is just so big that we don't even want to address it.
Okay, do we want to agendize this
Yes,
for
we
a
do.
discussion?
Yes.
Everybody say yes?
Because of the way you guys are moving, you're being, for me, entirely too aggressive. So because of that, I'm going to say no.
Well, I think we have a real bad problem, and I'm the one that's right, the crosshairs on my head, because I get all the phone calls. So I want to agendize it because I want to solve the problem, and I want to talk about each and every one of these code enforcement issues and make a decision on whether we're going to enforce the code or change the law. That's the long and the short of it. If we're going to have it and we're going to enforce it, okay, but I want everybody to understand the consequences of enforcing it, because there are surely consequences. I'm sorry. Which one of you was city administrator? You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, council, you have adopted an ordinance that is in place.
Yeah.
I know, and it's the fallout from that. So, Councilmember Lingle, I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. No, I have no problem agendizing it, but what I'm saying is that when we do it, it's got to be the only thing on the agenda. Or if we have anything else on it, we won't get it here till 5 o'clock in the morning.
And I'd also like clarification, when would you like this to be agendized?
This will be on our, we'll have our priority setting at the first meeting in February, and we'll make that decision.
And in the meantime, yes, the ordinance that is in place will be continued.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a suggestion that
Absolutely.
perhaps one of the reasons that, I don't know for sure, but maybe one of the reasons you're getting the call is because the council decided to have a letter go out that's signed by you? That's not a requirement. That could be something that we change in the interim at least, so that at least you aren't sending a letter out. I don't know if that will help, but maybe it'll help.
Just my name. No, I'm not unhappy about that. That's not the problem. I'm concerned about the direction we're going.
I was responding to you being concerned about getting a lot of phone calls.
Oh, no, I think I'd get him either way. Everybody knows my number. Okay, we're all good about agendizing this, and
And we're going to continue the process, and the current process we have, we're going to continue.
If it were up to me, we would stop now until we discuss this.
Mayor?
Yeah.
That was what I was going to ask. If we're having that kind of problem, and there's people coming back in, it sounds like what you brought up to us earlier, maybe we should hold it in abeyance until we have our meeting and establish our meeting. And I don't know what the other council members think, but it looks like there's some major things, and we'll have to take it one step at a time.
There's some major things.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lingle.
I disagree. I think we continue with our current policy until we agendize it and discuss what and where we want to go.
Okay, I'm concerned about one thing. City Attorney, based on the way this was agendized, do we have the ability to make a decision to change our current policy and put it in abeyance or not?
What you'd be doing is giving a consensus that my office would be hearing saying, don't any longer enforce the city's municipal code. That's what I'd be hearing.
No, I think what we would be saying is we wouldn't move on the proactive code enforcement.
We don't have a proactive code enforcement. What we have is, and I think it's important for all of us to understand that. To me, proactive means that we're actively going out and actually looking for code violations. That's not what our system is. Our system is a complaint system, except for the fact when the code enforcement officer has to be driving around and he sees very visible things that he can only see from the public right of way, trash and a car in the wrong place or something like that. That's the only thing that the code enforcement officer then starts the process that you all said to start, which was start with a letter, a warning letter, and all that stuff. That's not proactive.
We titled it as proactive when we were talking about it, just so you know.
Okay.
So it may not be proactive to you, but it is to us. Okay, so the question is, do we have the ability to hold that in abeyance if three of us decide to do that?
The code enforcement officer can only respond to complaints.
Correct. We would be, for a short term, going back to what we were doing before we started down the road we're going down now.
Yes, the code enforcement officer could stop doing anything except responding to complaints, and I want to make sure that I understand from the council what you mean by complaints. Is that a complaint from anyone, a complaint from a private person, or what is the complaint process? Because we had a misunderstanding of what proactive means, I want to make sure I understand what complaint means. So what does that mean?
Councilmember Lingle.
Well, I think if, in my opinion, we do not have proactive code enforcement right now, and if Councilmember Starbuck wants to change our priority from code enforcement to proactive, I don't believe that he thinks we have proactive code enforcement now either. So I'm going to be going along with the city attorney that we do not have proactive code enforcement right now. I don't know, Councilmember Starbuck?
I don't feel like we should go into abeyance on this either, because I don't want to take a step backwards on it.
I think we should do whatever it was we were doing before we passed what we recently passed until we sit and have a long discussion about this. Councilmember Dahl?
Since I wasn't here when you guys went through this, I've seen a lot of it. I'm going to stay out of it and let the four of you make the decision.
It's going to be a tie vote. Councilmember Costa?
Well, we're saying stick with our current policy until we bring it back to agendize it.
Not because I support our current policy, but because I think it's going to be extremely confusing for citizens, and we're going to be sending a mixed signal if we change it now. I think we need to wait until we have it brought back to us. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep doing what we're doing. We'll agendize this as soon as practical. Number D4. The issue here is that we have part of an ordinance that allows pervious paving, but we don't have the rest of it, and businesses can't figure out what to do, and the new state stormwater rules are falling upon us. There were some exemptions before, and now there aren't going to be, and I just think we need to move this up about 10 pegs, because it's going to become an economic development issue for us in new construction. And for those of you who don't know what pervious paving is, it's asphalt that water can go through and concrete that water can go through and paving stones and these funny little things you put in the grass that the grass actually grows up through so it looks like you're parking on a grass parking lot. They're not generally used in traffic lanes. They're used in parking areas and things like that. And there's one project in particular that's coming along, and this is going to be a really very important thing for them. So I would like to get this jump started about up the process. Start from the right.
I just wondered if we could ask Mr. McCune to weigh in on this.
Don't think this is probably his area of expertise. Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
I think he's got an opinion.
You want me to respond to a specific question, or you want me to just talk about pervious pavement? Yeah, pervious pavement we're very familiar with. We've allowed it on other projects. We don't allow it in the city right away because we want to design streets that are going to last 40, 50 years. And generally, that type of application doesn't last as long. Certainly appropriate for private development that the city doesn't have to maintain. If they choose to go in that direction, it's certainly one of the options available to them for stormwater compliance, as the mayor selected or indicated. It does need to be designed to meet, for instance, if it's supposed to be a truck lane, it needs to be able to meet the requirements to support a truck. So it can't just be gravel, just throwing some gravel down on the ground. That's not pervious pavement. But it is a design system that is, kind of has a recognized engineering background behind it. So.
And as an example, one of the wineries wanted to have a paved driveway and then decomposed granite for the parking spaces, but we don't have an ability to facilitate that. And someone else wanted to use pavers in a residential application to put a trailer on, but we don't have the ability to facilitate that because this is really kind of new technology and it's in our code somewhat, but it isn't in it to the point that things can be approved. So I would like to get this ball rolling forward. Bob?
We're just looking at changing some wording in our current code.
We're going to facilitate the use of this. We actually have it in the code. We just don't have the facilitation for it.
Okay, I have no problem.
It's there now. We're missing some step along the way.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
Work fast here. Just so we're clear, what our code currently says is gravel is not pervious pavement. Decomposed granite is not pervious pavement. That's a temporary application for like a temporary parking lot. That's what our code says right now. That's where we've run into some problems with developers that wanted to do something that's kind of that more of a temporary basis, but intended to be a permanent solution. That's been the rub in the past. Staff has never had a problem with pavers and those type of things, more of a permanent install. And especially more recently with the stormwater regulations, that's the direction of all the stormwater stuff is get pervious pavement. That's, get more water into the ground. So I think the pushback has been of more of a temporary type of applications, DG, gravel, class 2 base, that type of thing. That's not really a permanent parking lot. That's a temporary throw it down on the ground. You track it out into the road. It's kind of a mess. So we've resisted those type of things. So that would be my feedback on that.
So, and with regard to residential, we have not allowed the bricks that the grass grows through, and we have not allowed pavers. And so that's become an issue there.
Maybe Lucille could talk about that. I'm not sure. Why don't you come on up, and we haven't allowed bricks with grass growing through them.
We haven't allowed pavers, and we haven't allowed the holy bricks that grass grows through, because there have been applications for those. And whatever we have in our code doesn't give us the freedom.
In our new developments, we haven't had where we have the request to do it, and it's an engineered system reviewed by engineering, we would allow the use.
Yeah, but I'm talking about residential applicants, and the ones that have come to me they have a vehicle parked on dirt, and they need to take it off the dirt, and their only choice is to pour concrete or bring in asphalt, and putting in pavers would be a less expensive way, and they're not able to do that.
If they were able to show that they're doing it in a permanent manner with an engineered surface, then they could utilize that.
So they're going to spend $1,000 to get an engineer to stamp something so that they can put in pavers. That's the rub, isn't it?
It has to be accepted by the city engineer.
I think we need to look at what we would require for a private parking area on private property and be a little more liberal, as opposed to, because the average person can level it, put in sand on a pre-packed area and put down pavers, and it's substantially less expensive than putting in concrete. So I would like to look at widening our alternatives. What do you want to do, folks?
As listed, have the city attorney review the city codes.
Bob?
You know, this is kind of a slippery slope we're going down, because we're, as Ms. Breeze just said, we're allowing it as long as it's done properly. Who's going to determine if we change the code? Who's going to be determining whether it's done properly?
Typically, you would have a specification, and someone could meet that specification. I'm just trying to, you want to go out and do code enforcement, and you want every vehicle parked on a hard surface, and to put a pad down to park a vehicle on a hard surface is $1,500 or $2,000 in concrete, plus the permits and a finisher.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
I'd just like to make it clear, it's really not my office that needs to be doing the analysis. It's really planning and engineering. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to work with anyone, but I'm not sure why you're focusing on the city attorney's office to do that.
Because it's a code issue, and if it's a code issue, and realize, rewind. Remember what it said at the top of this, that we group these things together for discussion. It's the chief's decision who works on it at the end. Okay, Dwayne? Okay, Ashley?
We already have the four. I guess I'm feeling some pushback from staff, but I am actually interested in this because I did have one instance of a complaint as well, but I only had one instance, which is why I didn't bring it forward. But because of that one instance, I know that it occurs, and so I think we should look into it.
Okay, well, I've had a bunch of them, so. Let's see. This next one has to do with, and I broke the same rule that I'm trying to get done, so I understand, to making a, how would I say it, a good faith effort to have the PowerPoints and everything in our binder. And the way I worded this isn't that we'll have everything in our binder because things happen, but then again, with the last one, with cases of presentations by consultants or appellants to the Planning Commission decisions, just those, if they turn in a whole bunch of stuff late, then their item gets kicked to the next meeting, because twice we've done, and I'm not talking about the one we did the other night, twice we've done appeals, and at the last minute someone dumps a whole bunch of documents on us, and my suspicion is always that they're trying to set a base for litigation, and we have anywhere from 2 minutes to 2 hours to look at them. And I don't want to go through that again, because I can't make a good decision and it's already an appeal. So I'd like to get these two things, and probably would end up in our council handbook. I don't know where they go, wherever they go. But that we would always make a good faith effort to have the PowerPoints and everything given to us when the binder's issued, and then if something's beyond our control, for instance, and Urban Futures, obviously we didn't get that further ahead and it was beyond our control, and we wanted the item to go forward, so staff has the leeway to do that. And those are the two things I want to accomplish and the leeway I want to leave behind.
Mr. Mayor, your handbook, and I believe it was a result of previous discussions, your handbook, section B2.1, one of the paragraphs says that an appellant or applicant who wants to submit written materials for presentation at a council meeting must provide those materials to the city clerk no later than the Friday immediately before the Wednesday on which that meeting's final agenda will be posted on the city's website. If those materials are not timely provided, then they shall not be presented to the City Council for consideration and shall not be part of the administrative record prepared for that matter, provided that any interested person, including the appellant or applicant, is permitted to provide written materials to the City Council at a meeting, but only to the extent those written materials respond to written matters presented to the Council by the staff after the posting of the agenda for the meeting. So I think this is doing what...
Joe, you already did that. Good job. We haven't even asked you yet. Yeah. What page is that, Joe, so I can reference it?
12.
And what section?
B2.1.
Okay. Done. Next. Again, moving on to E1, this is a formalization of a discussion I actually had with Broadspec, but again, just to bring everything up to the council that I've had discussions with people about. This would be a request to Broadspec to develop, which they already offered to do, some lists to help wineries, small wineries, mom and pops, work their way through the process, because it's obvious that they get confused. And so this would just be to formalize what they offered to do. Having now held the hand of about 5 of them, the same issues come up each time, and it would save a lot of time and a lot of confusion. In the case of one poor lady, a lot of tears. Yeah. Ashley, okay with that? Okay, the next one is to begin going forward, and I think we would like to talk about all 3 of these, which would be E2, E3, and E4 together. Yeah, if you look at the write-up for E2, Broadspec's contracts attached. So the quote out of the contract, go to the write-up for E2. The bottom of the page, the Broadspec contract of March 15, 2012 with the City of Lompoc states on page 7, and it goes on from there. So it's in their contract. We're not asking them to do anything they aren't contracted to do. Within their contract, they are required to do certain ministerial work. And frankly, they offered to do it. That's one of the reasons it's on here. Their owner was here one day, and we were sitting around chatting about these things, and they offered this up as a solution. Okay, so E2, 3, and 4 deal with the facilitation and moving forward with digital plan check. And for those of you who were here when we adopted that, the discussion was that this would be designed to speed up projects. However, let's see, Broadspec's first digital plan check program didn't work very well, and they trashed that software, and then they got a second set of software, and it needed some work, and they've now got that in place, but the way that it's in place is somebody has to request in advance to get a password to get into the system, which hasn't been happening because people don't find out they need to request a password in advance until they're already submitting their plans, and then it's kind of too late. So we just need to have an approach to publicize that and try to bring more digital plan check in. And then if we in fact do that, then we really need E3, which is a process by which printed copies can be obtained, because otherwise we're going to have someone get a digital plan check, get it approved, and then have to run over to graphic systems and get it printed and bring it back and get it stamped. I've been down that road once. And then with regard to just a building permit or a tenant improvement, that'll all be okay. But if it's development that isn't a tenant improvement where the city departments are also involved, then it has to, there's a checklist that goes through each city department. And currently the schedule within the city departments was made up for the old system where things were laying around here quite a bit longer. And now if we're going to really make this digital plan check work, we need to look at how we can speed that up. And I have no idea what it would take to speed that up, and some of it may not be able to be speeded up. So sometimes it may be able to be moved forward more rapidly, and sometimes it may not. But these would be the three things that we would need to do together to make digital plan check speed up projects. And as I said somewhere in one of these, we don't have any economic incentives right now. We don't have any money to give anyone. But what we do have is speed. And when you look at how long other agencies take to do things, that is a huge incentive. And having now talked to 3 architects in the last little bit, digital plan check, if that can get rolling, would also be a time savings, particularly for the guys that aren't in Lompoc. You know, the other day, I shouldn't say the other day, a while back, I met an architect here who had driven down from San Luis with rolls of plans to turn in. And that could have just been, you know, popped down the wire. So, Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conceptually, I agree with this, and I don't think I have a problem with it. But, Ms. Breeze, would you just weigh in on this a little bit and tell me if there are currently problems with the developers, or is the system working, the broad spec system working for them?
Yeah,
that would be Kevin McKeon.
Oh, okay.
Would
That'd
have
be Kevin's.
that information.
Okay.
I'm Michael McGivney. Since I've been here, I haven't had the opportunity to see anybody use the system yet. And I don't think that not all architects are set up to do that, or staff members here would be set up to do that. You'd have to have AutoCAD and certainly manipulate the plans at your desktop or whatever the case is. But it would certainly help between BroadSpec architect, which is our plan checker, and any architects out of the town. So that would be good for the building department reviews only. Once you come into the staff here that had to do the plan checks, they certainly don't have the capabilities at their desk to be able to do that. So we're going to speed up one portion of it, and the rest of it's going to be lacking. So we do stand by our 7-day turnaround for the first round comments, and we've been hitting that mark fairly reasonable, but
absolutely
lately. So I don't think that could help that process any more. So that being said, I don't know where you want to go with it, but I certainly think BroadSpec is capable of doing it. And I requested a list from Scott from BroadSpec, and he gave me a simple instruction sheet so I could leave with you guys if you'd like to look at it. And it seems fairly straightforward about logging in. And you provide a username, a password, and then it has a direction to where you want to go. So if I could leave that with you if you'd like to look at it. So,
you know, I probably need to clarify, just put more detail into this. One of the reasons that E3 exists, which is the ability to print something, let me go through how it would work in the digital world and the analog world interacting. One of the things, so the plan would come digitally to the city, which would go to BroadSpec, and they would ship it off to their plan checker, for lack of a better word. And then a hard copy would get printed at the city for the city's use, because he is correct. We wouldn't be able to use AutoCAD throughout the city. And then the internal sign off of the hard copy would come back to planning along with their digital work. The savings to the architect, particularly an out-of-town architect, and there was one on a project here recently where the architect was in Orange County. So the guy in Orange County shipped the digital file to a guy in Lompoc who put it on a flash drive and went over to graphic systems, and then they printed the stuff, and then he brought it back over here to the city, and then the process reversed itself. After the stuff was checked, it was put in a tube and FedEx back to Orange County. What this would allow to do is all of the part of it that deals with the building department would be digital, and then we would be able to charge them cost recovery to print the sheets, which would then circulate through the city. And then E4 talks about the issue of trying to look at how we process those things through the city and see where we can find some time savings in doing that. And maybe we can and maybe we can't, but we haven't looked at it yet because this is a whole brave new world.
There's one thing to keep in mind. You already offer in Trackit the online web, and you can get all the way to the comments level, and which is good for architects out of the city because they can start working on the plans prior to getting a set back to them via overnight or wherever the case is. So,
just we've come a long ways, and I think it's time to look at maybe some next steps. How can we do a little better? Councilmember Starbuck.
I think once again it's going to fall under efficiencies, and if there's a way to do it better and we can find it, let's do it.
Councilmember Lingle.
I'll have to admit I'm still a little bit confused at the whole aspect. But I do know as we were building the new hospital, I recall these huge bundles and rolls that we were shipping down, I believe, to San Diego at the time. So is this what it's going to eliminate?
It would eliminate shipping those to San Diego. It would not necessarily, in something like that, you would probably not want us to print them. You would probably print them and bring them to the city for their portion, but it would eliminate the portion going back and forth to San Diego for Broadspec to look at them.
Okay. Well,
come on in, Kevin.
If you'll allow me.
Absolutely.
I want to bring in the practical side of doing a plan check. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine, again, a roll of like the hospital, it's 500 sheets large. Can you imagine trying to find that electronically, paging through, figuring out where that's supposed to be? You're creating a lot more work for staff by limiting them to their screen. And I'm not so sure all the staff would be ready to be able to do that. Let's put it that way.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that they can get the digital part done, and we're probably still going to work on hard copies.
That's
for
the reality. Is there is a real practical side of having a hard copy. And
yes, there is.
Having everyone red mark the same page, so you see all the comments on the same sheet. It's just a practical way.
I'm actually kind of looking for a hybrid where we do what we can digitally and we do what we can't in an analog world.
My concern with the city responsible for printing the sheet is there's some thought that goes into setting the sheet up to make it look right when you print it out. Now the city is going to be the one that's kind of taking on that burden, and you want that to be on the developer side. You want them to be responsible for their product, not the city to be responsible for that. So there are some hang-ups that could happen with that also. And you got to be a CAD draftsman to understand it. But if you just design a set of plans that you don't ever intend to be printed out, you don't pay any attention to line weights and colors and those type of things, well, then you do print it out and the staff has to try to plan check it. It's just, it's a mess, and it's very difficult. So it's just, I'm getting really nuances for it, but it's not as easy as at first blush.
That's why we'd like you guys to look at it. Councilmember Lingle again.
I'm looking at these large rolls that we printed and had to ship down to San Diego.
You wouldn't have to ship those to San Diego
but when
anymore.
I'm listening to Mr. McCune,
you'd still have to bring a large roll here for the staff check.
But what he's saying is the staff is going to have to print it.
I think we could have a parameter. My idea wasn't your 200-page roll. It was the small ones. and we could establish a parameter for how many we're going to print in.
Okay, well, we're not making any decisions here. We're just
That's correct.
looking
We're
at
just
this.
referring it to them to look at and see if they can go in some positive direction with
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Not my job to figure this out. Councilmember Starbuck.
Well, why couldn't we put this under Councilmember Costa's C16 here?
No, it doesn't really, it doesn't fit there. Doesn't fit in her cloud.
Her cloud, I got you.
Okay. Dwayne, you okay with this?
Yes, I think we had to do the study that we have as a former land use consultant, taking in projects and such. It does sound like it does make it easier, but we've got to study it, make sure everybody's on the same page, and work with staff so that comes through.
I don't want to create any new problems. I want to see if we can solve some. If we can't solve any, okie dokie. But on E4, I would, no matter how we do it, we need to look at how we can shorten our time frame. Anything we can do to help is better. Councilmember Costa?
I have no opinion at this time. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to planning. And we're looking at number F1 and F2, which are continuing. We're looking at those just for text. Everybody good with the text? Dirk?
Yes.
Ashley? I don't read it, I wrote it. Okay. F3 is, I guess, a personal crusade. I'm not going to deny it. We began this in 2005, and we still don't have it done, and it really creates issues with businesses because of all of the issues. And if you all want to peel out F3, you can take a look at a longer explanation. And then on the back of F3 is the longer explanation from the last time I brought this subject up. I'm not saying that the ordinance we turned in is the right ordinance. I'm sure there are things that need to be amended. I just want to get it done. And we talked about this 2 years ago, sitting in this same place, give or take a couple of days. And here we are 2 years later.
Marilyn, Ms. Breeze, is this not already on the schedule for discussion?
What date? Yeah, good. You walked up. I didn't say walk up. Now, Lori doesn't have to hurt me.
The Planning Commission, when they brought forward the schedule to council of the work that they are proposing to do, the first work item is the Old Town Specific Plan. The other items are on their schedule for later in the year. There is I don't remember offhand exactly what the date is, but it is later in the year. That material was presented to the Planning Commission last year, and when they determined what they wanted their work schedule to be, what they brought it to council when we had our joint meeting, the proposal was for the general plan work and the Old Town specific work to be done first, and then to move on. There are a number of planning documents that need work and review. So that was their request, that it be timed out.
Thank you. Okay, their request is to do it later in the year, and my request is to do it a lot sooner because I'm tired of having to work with it. So I guess it's up to you guys which way you want to go.
You know, no matter where we put it, I mean, there's so many things on this list that it's probably going to be later this year anyway.
No, this one has a date certain on it when I wrote it.
12913.
I'm willing to leave it where it is.
Dirk?
Having a long history on this myself, yeah, I don't know if I want to go with the action, but you know what I would certainly like to do is when we have our meeting to discuss the general plan, that this be included in it. to the scheduling part of it?
I think it's a half yay.
Yeah, to move forward with it, but I don't want to commit on this date yet when we're going to discuss the whole general plan update process.
Okay, how about prioritizing the general plan update process? Could everybody buy off on that?
That one I can.
Correct. But when we do it in the goal-setting workshop, it needs to come to the front of the bus, not be left in the back of the bus. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's been 7 years. I don't want to leave it in the back of the bus for 2 more years. We had this exact same discussion 2 years ago, and it was going to make its way up to the front of the bus, and it's still at the back of the bus. 2 years after we said we wanted it at the front of the bus. That's my point. Councilmember Lingle.
I'm not speaking for everyone, but I believe we have all put completing the general plan as not necessarily one of our priorities there, but as an issue that we want to get resolved sooner than later. So I think putting a high priority is fine.
Okay. Taking the date certain off. Okay, got it. Next.
Mr. Mayor, just,
Oh, sorry, Dwayne.
You can take a date off so that it can slide easier away from you. I'd rather have the date on there, and then if they come back and say they can't meet it, change it. But if you take the date off, it's going to keep sliding.
Yep, that's been my experience. Who wants to propose a new date? Dirk, you were in on this. Put your 2 cents in.
Well, we're scheduled to have our general plan update meeting when we're going to hit our milestones on that on the 29th. I'm not going to let it slide. I know we're not going to forget about it. We've talked about it forever. It's just where do we want to put it in the process of updating the general plan? I'd like to make the decision on the date certain on the 29th when we've got it agendized.
Okay, so noted. Agendicize it? Agendicize. It's another word. Okay. The next one's the biggie from my standpoint, again, because I've been involved in it for a really, really, really long time, and that would be the discussion of how properties are considered for downzoning. And the other day, a few months ago, someone came up to me and said, well, you're looking at it the wrong way, and suggested this idea to me. Because in the past, what we have done with these numerous properties that have a zoning change, and whether you want to wordsmith down zoning or not, that's, I think, how people generally interpret it, is that you had to come in and say you didn't want to be downzoned. And not only did you have to come in and say it, but you had to come in and say it every single time it came up. And in the case of the residential properties, it was 11 consecutive meetings and a workshop. And then the ZC number was changed, and all of the previous objections went out the window, and you had to come back and object again. And I don't want to go through that again. So my solution is simple. Instead of requiring people to say they don't want to be downzoned, we ask people if they would like to be downzoned. And if they would like to be, and it doesn't create island zoning, I am surely in favor of giving them what they want. Because otherwise, we're going to be talking about this 4 years from now, because it's going to be another nightmare. Literally, those residential properties were downzoned and undownzoned 5 times as decisions were made and then overturned. Councilmember Lingle.
Realistically, Mayor, is anyone going to come in and say they'd like to be downzoned?
You know, actually, there are some people who live in a particular neighborhood who have agreed they would like to have their properties rezoned R1. So, yes, there are.
I mean, if you say so,
There are some people who have
I just
expressed.
don't see it happening. I mean,
I'm telling you, there are some people in a particular neighborhood who want to change the character of the neighborhood and would like to do that. And God bless them, if they want to do it and it's not island zoning, I sure as heck want to give it to them.
I would rather have us say that if they tell us they do not want it, still require them to say that I do not want my properties downzoned. But then keep that on record. I'd rather have it that way.
Let me explain to you the difficulty of this, since I've communicated with many of these people. Fully a third to a half of them don't live here and don't live in the properties. And so somewhere in Poughkeepsie, they get a little yellow postcard from the city of Lompoc that's talking about a downzoning. And they clearly aren't going to appear here. And to a certain extent, I think a lot of them just get thrown in the trash. Or the card goes to one place, but that's not the member of the family that's handling the property. When we went through this the last time, I had stuff faxed into me from all over the country that I then brought down here to the city. And as far as all those people are concerned, they've made their case. And when they got the postcard the next time, guess what? They didn't come down because they made their case once before. They filled out the form and sent it back, and I turned it in.
And I think that'd be appropriate, once they make their case.
Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to assign a staff member to contact 700 people and ask them.
Not contact. I mean, U.S. Postal Service works 99% of the time.
No, it does not work. I've been through this. It did not work. I'm telling you, this is just, we're going to reinvent the same nightmare wheel, and we're going to stay on the merry-go-round.
Well,
I feel pass strongly. I'm up in the passionate range on this one. And it's by personal experience. When we get done here, we can go over to my office, and I have half a file cabinet drawer dealing with this one issue.
Yeah. And I don't doubt that. I just think the way you're proposing we go about it is wrong, because, again, I'm going to state that I do not see people coming and telling us that they want the property downzoned. Now, if you say that you have cases, I believe you.
Yep.
I
could
think we're
pull
going
that
about it the wrong
information.
way.
I think we've been going about it the wrong way. I think we're forcing people to defend their property rights.
We're going about it the wrong way if we continually, every time it comes up, we have them restate that, no, I don't want it downzoned. That is, I agree with you, that's the wrong way of doing it. Okay. Once I state that I do not want my properties downzoned until I tell you differently, that should be enough for us.
It should be, but when ZC, whatever it was, were replaced by ZC10, all of those prior, I don't want my property downzoned records went out the door.
And if someone from staff can tell me why that happened.
Because that's the way it happened. I don't think anybody knows why it happened. It just did.
Well, then maybe someone from staff can tell me, is it possible that we can keep track of, once I tell you my property, I do not want it downzoned, I'm telling you today. As a matter of fact, I don't want my property downzoned. I'm telling you right now. I'll write it down. Can we track that? Or 3 years from now, am I going to have to tell you that again? Yep.
We do have the forms that were completed. We did present them to the Planning Commission, and this discussion would be part of the general plan discussion when we come back on the 29th. The zoning consistency is a part of that. We have made some recommendations for considering an overlay, some sort of way to address this issue, because it is a problem. And so we do have some ideas that we're wanting to present to council at that time.
Okay, so what you're telling me is we currently do not have a process in place that I can tell you once, but you're saying on the 29th we may have a process?
We have the forms that were submitted with the last zone change request are still, I have all those forms. We have them tracked. And we have them identified on maps by individuals, parcels.
Okay.
Don't go away, because when I asked Arlene about this previously, she responded that
all of the ones from 2005, 2006, and 2007, those records were no longer available.
The last set of zone change letters that went out,
ZC10.
which were the most current after the council had taken the general action on industrial, commercial, and a great number of residential parcels. When we started out with the large umbrella of parcels that were inconsistent, council took an action and resolved them. The ones that were left unresolved were basically in the old town, and there are some that are in the mixed-use area.
Correct.
Of those, when that zone change number was changed to 10, then all those comments and information from the property owners, we have those all on file.
So anyone who participated in the first round, which was in, I think, 05, and the second round, which was in 06, those people who objected back then, their records no longer exist. So they get another letter now, and this is the phone call that I got when we got to 10, said, hey, you know, we already did this. I said, well, guess what? You have to do it again. But I didn't have that time to send out another 400 letters all over the country like I did the first time to explain to people that they needed to object again. And guess what? Most of them didn't object again because they'd already objected the first time back in 2005. So the issue here is that we've asked people repeatedly to do the same thing. And so if you do it once or you do it twice, you're probably not going to respond the second or third time because in your mind you already objected, and that should be enough. And that's the problem.
And I agree. I've stated my case. I'd like you to hear from the rest of the council.
Sure.
You know, let me just remind us here that we're trying to do a goal-setting workshop, and we're getting very specific into some of these little items here. We're already going on 9 o'clock, and we're on F. I'd like to stick with my original statement having to do with the sign ordinance, and let's look at all this when we decide on how we're going to do our general plan update on the 29th. Obviously, it's a priority, but so is the whole general plan.
I'm okay with that. Ashley?
Agreed. I would hope that staff would take this as a suggestion, but I would change will be referred to City Council to the will be referred to Planning Commission for consideration of downzoning. But understanding that this is a suggestion that should be brought back to us on the meeting of January 29th.
Okie doke. The next one is a staff suggestion, F5, which is to reduce the cost of duplication of the Planning Commission agenda and staff report. These documents should be provided to the city staff and council members in a digital form. I know that I have a folder for 2 years in the file cabinet that's approaching a foot.
Mayor Lynn, I would request that this is actually done for all commissions, not just the Planning Commission.
That's probably a good idea.
This should be a common practice.
The Planning Commission is a really fat one. Okay, what do you think? All commissions, guys? Gals?
Absolutely.
Bob? Okay.
If I may, just so that
Yes. Unless,
does that mean that the city would then provide all the planning commissioners and all of the commissioners the opportunity to?
This is just to us, the non-commission members. Planning Commission, the commission members can have it however they want it. That's what it says here, the commissioners, and we're adding all commissions, so it says planning commissioners may select the method by which they wish to receive the documents. Just all this internal stuff that goes around the city, we wouldn't do hard copies, except when we need one
And if
for
a
file.
planning commissioner wants it electronically, they're going to have their own equipment to get it electronically, as opposed to the city providing the electronic equipment to do that.
They're going to get an email with the information on it, if that's how they want it.
Yeah, just a quick follow-on this, too. This would be a much easier way for the city to download this onto our website anyhow, so you'd be able to look at all of the commissions, what they're doing anyhow.
Well, I got two of them, but they got a different amount of sand in them, so I hope they're timed. I'm going to turn them both over the next time. Yeah, we're sharing. Okay. G1.
It's kind of a change of concept. I think the Aquatic Center was a very successful way of looking at recreation projects, and it caused us to focus on how the cost and income of a project was, and we, with the staff working diligently on it, it turned from a $250,000 subsidy to less than $100,000 subsidy in a couple, 3 years. Staff did a great job on it. I think part of what was successful was it just caused us to look at it. I'm pretty sure we don't want to put Westvale Park on there, but I think the staff should look at the various recreation and facilities and parks that have income. The Public Works Director was mentioning the other day that there are fees paid for a particular park, but none of those fees accrue to the park because of the way the system was set up back when Parks and Rec were together, but they're not together anymore. So that needs to be looked at, and those need to be divided because Parks is doing all the work, but they don't get any of the income stream. And obviously Recreation is doing some of the work too because they're doing the bookings. I just think it would give us an opportunity to look at some of these other facilities, the community center, the Anderson Rec Center, Ryan Park, Beatty Park, Riverbend Park, where we have money. River Park already is on this system. It's because it has the RV facility, it has its own separate accounting. So it's done that way, and so is the Aquatic Center. I think it would be a good direction to move to work on recovery and expense on a facility-by-facility basis. Dwayne?
Mr. Mayor, I agree on that because the Aquatic Center, by looking at it the way they have now, has turned into an income producer. And I think there's other facilities within the city that should be able to be done, and we take that and look at it on a grand scale as they come in.
Ashley?
As far as I understand, all recreation is cost recovery at this point. Is that correct?
Recreation programs, not recreation facilities. So, for instance, yeah, there you go. Come on down. Go ahead, Brad. Don't fight over it.
I'll just answer one thing about the community center. The community center is also already a enterprise fund activity for the operations, and like the aquatic center, the facility maintenance is not part of that because for the aquatic center, the facility was built with RDA funds, which is basically a governmental activity. So the operations are funded and accounted for in an enterprise fund. The revolving recreation fund also does that, which I believe includes rental fees for Anderson Rec, but I'm not sure about that one. And as you mentioned, the River Park campground, the campground itself is paid for by user fees.
To tag team on what Mr. Wilkie is saying, the Aquatic Center has its own enterprise fund. It shows what the general fund subsidy is and what our program revenues are, as well as all the expense. And with the finance department's help, we've been able to change the categories of our expense to do a better and more efficient tracking system of where our expenses and revenues are lying as it relates to the Aquatic Center. The community center also is an enterprise fund. There's a certain allocation of general fund dollars towards that, and all expenses and all revenues are in that own fund. The big lump fund is the Anderson Recreation Center, the Civic Auditorium, as well as all of our park picnic rentals and all of our sports field rentals. Those are all within one fund, and within that one fund there's a variety of expenses as well that supports the infrastructure to what recreation does to support park operations, such as booking was one element, the marketing of our parks, and the meeting of the rentals. For example, when we have the AIDS ride come into town, it's our recreation supervisor that is the one that has all those communications, develops the contract with them. works out all the logistics, notifies our local personnel, or ensures that our local law enforcement, fire department, and everybody has been notified, communicates with the Parks Department. So that one position is just one element of the infrastructure that's in recreation, and that was the justification back in the day when it was all developed to have those revenues come into the Recreation Division, because the computer programming system, the front office operations, the marketing, and the personnel are for the rental programs are in there. Parks maintenance is paid for in parks maintenance funds. It's true that the revenue for rentals do go into recreation, but again, the justification was the support of the infrastructure to provide those services to the community, if that helps.
Thank you. Kevin, you want to put your half of it in?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for letting me talk on it. So the issue is we have and it's mostly on the park side. We have parks that are used for recreation. The users pay fees for that service, and those fees are meant to offset the cost for maintenance. They have a light fee, for instance, if they're using lights at night. And they have fees for other types of uses that are meant to offset those costs. But those fees are not used to pay the bills. That's the issue. So my suggestion was we get all of the costs and the fees together and under one fund, so then when we report to you, you see the whole picture. You know, what is the subsidy for River Park? It's whatever it is, and and you include all the costs to maintain River Park, as opposed to just the recreation costs. You're not really seeing the whole picture, and that was the idea.
Thank you. I agree, by the way. So,
Marilyn, if I can also share with you that our tracking system that we use for all of our revenues, there is currently a way in our class facility booking system to isolate which parks are getting what types of revenues, whether it is for a sports rental or it is for a special event or private party function. So there is already a system in place it's a system that the Treasury Department uses, the Police Department uses, and Recreation uses to track where the revenues are coming in. So at any time we can print out a report, and it goes back to before I started, so quite a while ago.
okay, thank you. I think the goal here probably is, number one, to understand how each facility is doing, and then number two, to see that the revenue goes to who's providing the service. So if somebody's paying a light fee, then the money for the lights needs to go to the park department because they're paying the light bill rather than ending up in the recreation department. And obviously the recreation department is doing the booking, and they need to recover the cost of having the staff person that does that part of the work. So what I'm seeking here is for the staff to look at creating an enterprise system, and I'm happy to note that we have it for 3 of our facilities now, so we have a model to go forward on. No, we're not going to get this done before the budget. Yes, it's going to be a ways up the road, but I'd like to be able to see how we're doing with some of these facilities and how to market them and increase our revenue stream and reduce our subsidy. That's my goal here, just to give something to staff and go, hey, go to work on this when you get some time.
Mr. Mayor and Council, this would be a good opportunity during the budget to have dialogue with staff to come up with a plan for better accounting for the park.
Great. Perfect.
Yeah, I know I personally would like to see that breakdown and see what facilities are generating more income as opposed to others. But it sounds like you have that data. It would just be a matter of giving it to us to analyze. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody good with the city administrator taking this bicycle down the road?
Mr. Mayor?
Missed you, sorry. Yes, sir.
An enterprise activity has a certain criteria under governmental GAAP, and one of those criteria is that the fees that are supporting that activity come from external users. So we'll have to be a little bit careful about trying to have the fees paying between departments for services. So I think the mechanism we're talking about would work. It's just a matter of if we're trying to set up new enterprise funds, they would have to meet this definition.
You don't need to use the word enterprise fund.
Yeah.
I use it only because that's what I'm used to, but you do that voodoo that you do. The next one is something also to look at with regard to the community center. When we, and I've had several parks commissioners and a bunch of people talk to me about the way the price schedule was developed at the community center. And what I really would like to do is get the Parks and Rec Commission involved in this. And not that I'm telling you this is the right way to do it, but on the attachment G2, I talked about how the caterers, and we all talked about it 2.5 years ago in terms of a tiered schedule, and it was tied to public benefit. So something that had no public benefit, and when I say 100%, I just mean that's 100% of, we figured out how much it was going to cost to operate it, and then we estimated what percentage of the rentals were going to be in each of these categories, and then from that we figured out what the rental rate was going to be. So if there was somebody who wasn't local, wasn't a local business, and they were charging an admission, then they paid the top rate. And if they were local and they were a business or an individual and they were holding a private event, then they paid the 75% rate because they were part of our community and so they got a public benefit. And if they were a local business or individual and they were holding public events, then they got the 50% rate. And if they were a nonprofit and they were holding an event where they charged some admission, then they got the 25% rate. And if they were just providing a complete community benefit where no one paid anything and they were doing something nice for the kids or whoever locally, then they didn't pay a fee. And I'd like the Parks and Rec Commission to look at this, and two of the Parks and Rec commissioners approached me and said, hey, you know, what were you guys talking about back when? We need to up our usage and people are complaining. So that's where this came from. So I'd like to refer this to the Parks and Rec Commission and let them look at it. Yeah. Ashley? Bob? Okay. And I keep asking all of you, I know it doesn't have to be unanimous, but I really want everybody to weigh in. And I'm now hearing what they said, that there is that enterprise fund, so maybe we could just get a brief report back on how they're doing, and then we could have, if we go forward, we could have this discussion, and if everything's going fine, we wouldn't have to have the discussion on whether we needed a banquet manager. So could we just perhaps ask for a memo? That's the word I'm seeking. Everybody be good with a memo?
That's very timely because as Joanne Plummer did provide me a memo on some statistics and performance measures, and she is prepared to say just a little bit, to brief you on that.
How about
just brief.
Okay, 3-minute kind of brief, right?
Less than that, I promise.
Okay.
I will share with you just some brief statistics that the facility opened on June 3rd of 2012 and has experienced obviously less than a full year of operations. And in the last budget cycle, when we were looking at revenues and expenses, the facility was estimated to produce in a 1-year calendar year, or fiscal year, I apologize, was $68,550 in revenues. The revenues would come, that was specifically from facility rentals, not counting other program revenues that we see. Since the facility has opened on June 3rd, the facility rental to date is $43,013. This is 63% of our budget projections, and we're only 58% through the first year of operation. It's important to note that a lot of our first few month renters were renting the facility sight unseen. They were going off of a schematic and putting their faith in us that it was beautiful because we couldn't get them in there. So now that the facility is open, Haley Lepper, our facility supervisor, is working on a fantastic brochure. She has lots of pictures. We're getting ready to go to print on that new brochure to get it out there because we wanted to get some pictures to show people what it can look like when you decorate for the different functions and events. So to date, there have been 26 banquet rentals, and there's already 10 more banquet rentals on the books scheduled between now and the end of the fiscal year. And our most popular type of banquet rentals, just for information, are quinceañeras, weddings, anniversaries, memorials, organization events, and retirement parties. So in a nutshell, our rental program is doing well at the community center, and we expect it to continue and and continue to grow.
What's your operating cost for the same time period?
I don't have that figure in front of me. I apologize.
Okay. Maybe we could, I'm sorry, maybe we could get the whole picture, because obviously that's part of what this is about. You know, how much is it going to cost us to keep it open the first year?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
the $68,550 was predicated on having a full-time scheduler there that was paid for by a general fund transfer. So between that 68,000, the 68,000 was basically the amount that was needed to be used to cover the operating expenses, and that's where the 68,550 came from.
The 68,550 covers the maintenance,
Everything but
utilities.
the coordinator of the facility, which is paid for by the general fund.
Really? I'm impressed. Okay, we're still back to the brief memo.
Yeah, just
Go ahead, Dwayne.
how did you decide on the rental rates? Some of the questions I've heard is that the rents are high, and I haven't heard anything back. I know I see what you're telling us what you have rented out, but there's also a quandary about rental rates and how are they being addressed.
I will share with you that all of our rental fees for all of our facilities that are rented were approved by the Parks and Recreation Commission before the facility opened, before we released any of those numbers to the public. The Parks and Recreation Commission did bring it up recently that they've had some concerns and some inquiries. It is agendized for our January 9th meeting to review those fees, and we'll see what they have to say. One of the big challenges that we found is how we've listed out in our brochure that's on the website. It looks a little, it's straightforward if you're familiar with the facility and everything it has to offer. It does take a little interpretation. So we're trying to, staff is working with some people, some users to say, okay, if you knew nothing about it, how would this make more sense, to make it a little bit more clear? Because it looks right now that you would have to, if you were having a banquet, rent the whole banquet room plus rent the banquet kitchen. And in fact, that's all tied together because the facility has so many options that trying to lay all those options out for the public to see has actually, we believe, created quite a quandary. So we're trying to go back and see how can we look at our most popular type of rental and say, if you had a 6-hour banquet rental, this is what it's going to cost you, and give some examples and some approximations next to those fees. So we're working on that with that new facility brochure.
When you decided on the rates, and the commission did you look and talk to outside of the Lompoc Valley to find out what the competition is? Because the facility is so nice that we should be advertising it outside of here and get people to come in. And so that's what you have to really look at in the process of setting rates.
We did. Just for your information, we looked from Ventura up to Paso Robles. We talked to community facilities, other city-run facilities. We looked at county-run facilities. We looked at private facilities and the hotels as well. So we provided all that information to commission in that report.
And you have a single tier rate, right?
A single tier rate in the sense of
Everybody pays the same thing for the same space.
private users and would pay the same price. If it's a commercial user, they'll pay the same price, but then they pay a percentage of the gross that they make.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get a memo back with that. The next one in G4 and G4A, the Heal Cities program has a program to utilize vacant lots for gardens, and this is an approach to taking the 2 vacant lots that we have and moving them into a garden. And there's probably 2 approaches that were considered. One would be have it as a staff effort, and we already have plenty to do. And the other would be look for a nonprofit through an RFP that would like to handle that. Chief.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just for a point of clarification, the G Street lot is not unused. We use the lot to the extent possible given the current condition it is in. The lot houses a storage facility that houses our motor pool. And during trainings, when the lot is not wet, We do use the lot. We use the lot for overflow during the open house, and we've made a couple of proposals. I'll be bringing another one forward in the budget for minimal improvements so we can use that lot a little more than we have been, but we do, in fact, need it for overflow.
Okay, so we'll take 112 South G off, and we'll go back to 518 North T. And you can start breathing again. We're not going to steal your lot. I think from my standpoint, I'd like to get a community garden going. There's one over on College Avenue that's full, and they have people that would like to go forward with it, but I really don't want to create one more thing for us to do, so I think I'd like to reach out to the nonprofit community and find somebody that'd like to do it for us. Dirk?
Yeah, just very quickly, 2 comments on this. One thing that I know a garden needs is water, and these are empty lots without improvements, so I don't know what the water issue would be with some of the city lots there. While Mr. Fernbaugh's here real quick, the 5 acres east of the airport on the east side of H, would that be available? Is there water there for a community garden? Just a yay, quick yes, no. We're not going to go on a big report here.
Yeah, the acreage east of 8th Street behind the Pet Lodge is planted in mitigation planning, and it has to remain that.
I think he means the field up on top, right next to the street.
The field up on top?
Yeah.
It's currently being farmed. It could be used for anything, but it does not have water or any improvements in it.
The T Street, there was a building removed from that long ago, so I would think there was probably a meter there. But I know on the one on College Avenue, we put a meter in to facilitate that. So,
Mayor Lynn, I just wanted to confirm, City Administrator, no work has currently been done on this. Is that right at this point?
That's correct.
Okay.
yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, next. Economic Development Committee, 2011-2012. Everybody look at that for wording.
Mayor Lynn, it's been another hour and a half, so I would request that we ask for public comment and then take a 5-minute break.
Okay. Anybody have anything they want to say? This is a real quiet crowd. And the 5-minute break. Coffee. Tacos. It's Taco Thursday.
Taco Thursday.
Taco Thursday. H1. Everybody good with the text? Okay. H1 and H1A go together. Okay, done. H1B goes with H1A and H1. Okay, and we'll let the city administrator wordsmith a sentence. You don't need any instruction beyond what's on here, do you? No. You do or you don't? Okay. H2 and H2A?
H1B.
No, we just got all the H's together. Laurel's going to wordsmith a sentence for the whole mess. She's going to get the triple header.
Okay.
It's going to be 3 strikes and she hits a home run. So H2 and H2A. Same thing. Combine the 2 and away we go. We did 1, 1A, and 1B, and now we're looking at 2 and 2A. Everybody good with combining 2 with 2A? Yes? Okay. Next page. Okay. If you look at your package, there's a really, really long explanation on how much industrial space we need. And I don't even begin to want to talk about that tonight because we don't have that much time. What I think we should do here is take H3 and H3A and then agendize a discussion in the future. And I think it should be in the very beginning of the general plan update because this is something that we need to talk about and it needs to be involved in the general plan. And my recommendation would be to add this item to the January 29th discussion of the general plan update. To add this as a topic of discussion to January 29th. Bob, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I just wanted to make sure that we, as a council, realize, I think, the importance of additional industrial space.
Absolutely. And there's when you have time later, look at H3A, and I laid out in some pretty good detail an awful lot of information about it that I don't want to talk about tonight, but I put it all there just in case anybody wanted to talk about it. Okay, so I'm going to title this, I'm sorry, yes, sir, Dwayne.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I just want to make sure we have plenty of time on that agenda on the 29th. I don't want a whole bunch of stuff on there so that way.
The only thing that's on that one is general plan.
Okay,
that's all it is. So this will be added to the 12912 agenda. All right. Now the main event. If you guys would all, in this case, I really need you guys to look at H4 in your packet. Yep. And I don't want you to read everything that's attached. I'm gonna talk about it for just a couple minutes.
Marilyn?
Yeah.
My apologies. Because of the late hour, I would suggest that you give us a very, not the narrative, but give us a very brief, and if we're all on board, then we can just go on to the next item.
I'm going to do that. So the first League of Cities thing I went to, I ran into one of these two guys that does fields in California, and he told me how wonderful it was and what a great economic engine it was, and I went, okay, whatever. And then he sent me some stuff, and I looked at it, and it at least got me a little interested. And then in San Diego, the city administrator and I visited there are two companies that do this. They have two similar but different approaches to it, and their numbers are pretty exciting. And then I said, okay, well, I really need to see a real-world test case. So what's in your packet is the original projection from the city of Santee, and it was done by the Pacific Group. And it looked at two things. It looked at whether it should be a city-operated facility or it should be operated by one of the two contractors that was available. What I would summarize is that it concluded straight away that it should be operated by one of the two contractors if it was going to be successful. It was going to be a revenue loser if the city did it. It was going to generate a check every year if the vendor did it. And in the first year, and it's written on the cover, they exceeded their revenue estimate. They took in $1,708,000, and they wrote a nice fat check to the city. Obviously, the city of Santee, which is in San Diego, has a huge population base around it. And when I talked to both of them about Lompoc, they both had been here and knew the area. And they said, actually, you guys will be better off in an economic development sense because people that will come there for our weekend tournaments will come from the LA area, but principally from the Central Valley to get out of the heat. And they'll stay in your motels, and you'll get 700 motel rooms every weekend, as opposed to this study for the city of Santee where it was 80 motel rooms per tournament. And so that made it look really good, and I have a huge amount of information to pass forward to the Economic Development Committee so they can look at it and take it to the next level of review. And I surely want to give it to them. Councilmember Lingle.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with this, but at this point, there's an item that I want to add on. This would be the appropriate place that I add that other item onto it.
Okay.
And we could call it H4A.
Okay.
As many of you know, the local Rotary has, over the years, contributed numerous dollars into numerous projects throughout the community. They have approached the city, Ms. Barcelona, and myself with a proposal that they take on several projects with Riverbend Park over this year and over the next couple of years. But they would like for us to consider renaming Riverbend Park in memory of Al Walker, who was very involved in this community, as everyone knows, with youth, with sports, and And like I say, renaming from Riverbend Park to Al Walker Sports Complex Park or something like that. Naturally, this would come back to the council for review and consideration, but I'd just like to add that on to this H4A.
Absolutely, and give that to the Economic Development Committee to work it in. And today I received actually videos from one of the vendors, but I only got 2 copies, so there's not any way I can give everybody one, but I'll give the Economic Development Committee the entire file on this, and they've talked about it too. And at first I wasn't very excited about it, but I'm beginning to have good feelings. The one other thing that I would ask the council here this evening would be to authorize the city administrator to include in the draft budget an amount sufficient to do the economic study of this. I'm not sure we're going to need it. By budget time, the Economic Development Committee would know if that was the direction we should go or not. But just to get that money in the draft budget to review to start with. And for the sake of simplicity, I think just to get a number, call these guys that did it for Santee and say, hey, how much would you charge? And I'm not saying we're going to have them do it. Just for simplicity, we could get a number that Laurel could plug into the budget. So if everybody's good with that also. Everybody okay with it? I'm not saying we're going to spend it. Yeah, it would be from impact fees ultimately. I'm just saying we need to get a number in the budget. We just need a placeholder going forward. And then the Economic Development Committee needs to do a lot more looking at this than I did. I got to the point where I was comfortable enough after 2 years of looking at it to bring it in. Because the first time I talked to them, I went, you're kidding, right? Because they kept telling me what they could do. Everybody good with a placeholder for that? Okay. And realize this is not a commitment to budget. This is just a placeholder until the Economic Development Committee comes back and says yes or no. Thank you very much. That one is probably at the very head of my hit parade. The next one is something Councilmember Costa talked about earlier, and this is just going forward with the cell phone app. And also the city administrator talked to, I think, everybody at San Diego about cell phone apps, so she's probably way more well-versed on it than I am, because she actually knows how to use one.
So, Mayor Lynn, I would suggest that this is continues on as part of C16 and not as its own separate item. C16, that was my overall strategy.
Sure. Just as long as it doesn't get lost, because it's quick and it's easy, and Solvang has a really cool one.
I think the Economic Development Committee is actually already working on some potential ideas. So I think that's great.
Okay, well, how about if we'll let them have it and they can come back with it then, if they're already working on it.
As part of C16.
Part of C16, yep.
Thank you.
And realize that we're only looking at these as the way we're grouped, that the boss over here is going to group them all up in the end anyway. Okay, my next one is really something that's been kicked around for a really long time, which is just a business checklist to help people understand the process. And this is not a criticism of the staff. Every single person that's come in for a business has said, wow, your staff is so great and so friendly. Gosh, I wish I'd brought this document with me. And then they go off to get it, or they came in with one check and they need 2 or 3. And this is just something really simple to make it, it could be on the website, they could pull it off, and when they got here, they'd have all their ducks in a row. And that's how I feel. So how about everybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think actually this is something that staff could probably do internally and not use the Economic Development Committee's time.
Well, however it works out, I'm surely willing to let it. I was just trying to minimize the amount of time. There's a lot of things on here. So you guys. Perfect. Done. Great minds running the same channel. Maybe I heard about it from you guys. Okay, and then the last one, Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. It was interesting. I received this magazine just last month, so it's very timely. As you can see, it says your city, and it looks like the Coca-Cola symbol. It says, what's the value of a brand? Something that's really interesting in that article, the Deputy Director of Economic Development in Glendale was quoted as saying, good branding can bring the sum of all the parts together and give you a hook to hang your identity on. So I think that rebranding doesn't just serve as a marketing tool, rather it will actually be used to guide decision-making and almost act as a citywide mission statement. So as you know, I've been talking about grand ideas like visions and digital strategies, and rebranding is another one of those things, mostly because a lot of the discussion I hear in the community is ranging from anything from, and I know this is extreme, but this discussion has been had many, many times, changing the name of our city. I know the city of Grover Beach used to be the city of Grover. That's a minimal change. So it's something that cities do, to things like mission statement, slogan, logo, everything that kind of goes along. I recently went through the rebranding process with the Community Action Commission of Santa Barbara County very successfully. Granted, that's something that's different. However, for somebody who understands how important marketing is these days, it was an idea that I had and wanted to follow up on. This, Marilyn, I think part of that rebranding process can be a slogan about something about Lompoc being open for business, and really publicizing the fact that we do get these positive comments and things like that. So it is kind of a grand idea, and it sounds scary at first, but I think that if we're open to figuring out who Lompoc is, we can express that through a rebranding process.
And how about if we wrap this up with the vision statement, which is already on your plate, so we'll put this on your plate with the vision statement with the Economic Development Commission. Is that what your button was about to do there?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, it's I don't know what number it is, but let's just say that's what we're doing with it. So combine with the vision statement. It's down there at the very end under council. Everybody good with that? Bob? Yeah, okay. Got that number there, Dirk?
It's H2, H2A.
Is it? Okay. Yep. Okay, so that one is now combined with H2 and H2A. Okay, community development block grants. And we're going to look at the first three, which are just carry forwards. Dirk. This is a workshop, so I can just call everybody by their first name.
I need to find it, but I had a CDBG item submitted here.
I probably put it somewhere else.
Well, if we did, I want to go ahead and bring it up in here, though, but this is where I wanted to, pardon?
Okay, what do you,
Yeah.
Well, let's do, is it tied to one of these first three? Or is it another
No, I
CDBG?
thought we were just done with the first three.
No, everybody needs to go, and then we'll go to next. Everybody good with the first three? Yeah. Ashley? Okay, now let's go to the next page. Does it tie to either one of these two? Or
No.
is it, okay, let's do these two and then we'll have I-6. And my apologies for not getting it in the right place. Okay, I-4. He's going to talk about it when we get there. We'll do I-4 and I-5, and then we'll write in I-6. I-4, County of Santa Barbara, supplier of social services to the City of Lompoc. The city staff will enter into discussions to transfer the Marks House ownership to the County of Santa Barbara with the understanding that the funds authorized by the city will be expended under county supervision to make the repair, so that we take the Marks House off our plate and give it to the county, who also owns the Bridge House. And they can go for the RFP and all those other things that they already do that we don't do.
I'm not sure about this because I think that in many cases we do a better job in the homeless arena than the county does.
Having served on the County Human Services Commission, I would not agree with that. They do a great job, and they have a comprehensive plan, and also, and I don't know if everybody knows about it, but I should say that, there's a new organization formed within the county. All the mayors are on the board, and
How long did it take the county to reopen the Bridge House as opposed to us reopening Mark's House?
that was another whole issue.
Well,
I don't
that's
judge
one
one by
example I'm giving you.
I don't judge one by the other. And the president of Good Sam, the head gal, mental block. Somebody give me a name. Sylvie Bernard is the chairman of this new county effort, and they would be the ones that would be managing these things for the county, so I have absolute faith that everything is going to be in good hands. And I would just like to take this off our plate because we are not a homeless supplier. We are a city. This is not a job for the city. This is a job for the county. Dirk?
I'm going to hold opinion on that right now. I just don't know what to think or what to go, and it's really not a goal-setting item with me right now.
Dwayne?
I've had a lot of comments about some of the things the county's been doing, so.
Okay, that one's off the list. E9. Dwayne, you got to step down for this one. I5, I'm sorry. Where am I at? I don't know. I don't want to go back to E. Just for the public, one of the organizations, and it happened to be the one that I picked to photocopy and put in the packet, Dwayne serves on the board of that nonprofit, so that's why he's stepping down. So I-5 deals with kind of what we started out with in a different way back in the first workshop 2 years ago. We were going to work through the redevelopment agency and have a down payment assistance program. Unfortunately, before we could get that off the ground, the redevelopment agency issue became clouded, and then it basically disappeared. Now, we do have $731,000 in housing in lieu of fees that builders have paid to offset not providing low-income housing, and I think we're going to get some more. And this would be a very substantial amount to work with someone, and I'm not saying the Housing Trust Fund is the one. It's just that I saw something about them in the paper, and I called them and said, hey, can you tell me about your program so that I understand it? And since then, another group has come and spoken to the city administrator that does low-income apartment conversions to condos. Is that what it was? Yes. And that should be looked at, too. And what I'm asking for here is this to be turned over to the staff to work diligently to find someone and get this thing going, because it would be great to give people a hand up, and the money isn't doing us any good sitting in there. And also, we had a very successful program 15 years ago, and we continue to get payments back from that program. So I'm just looking for everybody to go, yep, let's go forward. Dirk, you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Ashley? And I'm not recommending this program, just investigate a program.
Yes.
This is just for
Yes.
to have something to look at. Okay. Okay, Dwayne, come on back.
Okay.
Okay, Dirk, you're I-6.
Right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and talk about CDBG reporting here again. The Urban Futures report listed that we should do some I guess the word I'm looking for is layered compliancy checks, most stringent, a plan.
I had that in here. Where did I put it?
I don't know, but I didn't find it, so I want to make sure that I got it under CDBG. But
okay.
the point that I have here is that we have it with the redevelopment agency right now. I'd like to tie in the CDBG. The other thing that I have a little bit of concern with CDBG is the fact that the only report that we as a council receive is our CAPERS report, which we know is not a most detailed report, and financially it tells us nothing. So I would like to maybe have some type of an in-house CDBG report. Where is our CDBG money at? And that's what I was trying to add in this section.
Okay. I know we had a conversation about this, city administrator, and but I don't remember where we went. I know you were looking at how you were going to do this, but I'm sorry, the details won't pop out of my head.
In response to what Councilmember Starbuck is recalling, that the UFI recommendation was a comprehensive combined matrix with RDA and CDBG compliance records and record keeping. Well, we're halfway there. So this can be something that, depending on what you would like, quarterly reports or Every 6 months?
6 months is probably more realistic.
Okay.
You know, obviously when you get it done and then 6 months thereafter. Everybody good with that? The first one we'll get when it's done, and then from then on we'll get a report every 6 months, and they're working on a format. Yeah, I think we had it in the in the RDA software, was it? Somewhere we had the grid for it.
Yes, it currently is used with RDA.
Okay, and they're already working on that, so everybody good with that? Okay. Public Works. Let's look at 1 and 2 first and see if everybody's good with that. Again, that's just language. Those are both just tracking items going forward until they disappear. Good with that? Bob? Dirk? Okay. J3 and J3A basically combine. Okay with that, Bob? Just, we're going to add the sentence, resolve the theater issues to J3.
Sure.
Okay? Oh, yeah. Do I need to start that conversation over, Joe?
I got caught up in the theater here.
Yeah, do I? You okay with that? It's ongoing, so we're not making a new decision. Okay. J4 is ongoing. This is just to confirm that the language is right. Everybody good with that? Okay. J4A goes with J4. You okay with that, Dirk?
Yes.
Okay. J5 is something that the flood control director told me like 9 months ago, or a year ago when we were, 2 years ago. He said, well, what we do is we pile boulders up on the bank. That way, if there's an emergency, we can just push them over. Of course, if the bank erodes, they fall over all by themselves. And you don't have to have an emergency permit. Kevin's nodding and smiling. And so I would like to empower our staff to speak to the flood control director and have him tell us how to do what it is that we could do.
Does that include concrete also?
No. No, it sure as heck doesn't.
Just
it includes
boulders.
Boulders of a very particular size and type. There's a specification for boulders, isn't there, Kevin? Let the record show that Kevin said, oh, yes. Everybody good with that? Okay, we have empowered him. Good? Good. Okay, next. Okay. Dirk, you want to talk about this one? It's yours.
Well, like it says right there, you know, we are entering into a bunch of memorandums of understandings with nonprofits here for them to build parks for the city, and I just want to make sure that us as a city are ready to go ahead and accept the parks from them, and you know, the liability arrangement with the volunteer committees. Once again, the volunteer thing comes out again, but it's just kind of what right there in that paragraph.
Are you looking for council action or a memo, or what are you thinking? You want a council review and a policy, or you want a memo on what we're currently doing, or how you want to go forward?
Well, I know what we're currently doing. I'd like to know what we're going to do.
Okay, so you're looking for a policy going forward, and I'm fine with that.
Well, actually, if I may, through the mayor, when each of those, using the two examples of Riverbend Park and the Motorsports Park, when those come to you, part of what comes to you will be the long-term plan of how the thing's going to be operated. So I'm not sure that you need something separate in terms of a policy, because that's what's going to be presented to you.
Do you feel like, Joe, that I think, and this is the same question I kind of had, do you feel like we need a set of guidelines to work these things forward, or is what we have within our city code now adequate to, okay, here's the example. The downtown pocket park took forever to get an MOU done, and it finally died a hideous death. Now the ones we're doing now are going forward pretty quickly, and if we had a set of guidelines in place, would that have helped us, or would that have not really made any difference?
The guidelines have to be so general that I don't think that serve much purpose, because each of those different parks have different specifics about them.
Okay, so maybe you could just give us a menu on pizza, a memo on kind of what it is that the guidelines that you use, so we have some idea of how these things go forward. I think we all have a little concern about that.
You mean how they go forward from someone who has the idea to you actually making a decision on it?
No, maybe how you're trying to write the MOUs and what we're trying to accomplish in doing an MOU. Is that kind of where you're going, Dirk? Or
I guess mine was more of just the prior planning. We know that we're going to have a bike skills park, but like you're saying, the operation and maintenance part of it, I guess we're already kind of there on that. But the reason I put this in here is I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware.
okay. Well, do you want to toss this one off for now then? Okay. Dwayne.
I should have brought this up back on 15. I have no problem with what we're doing. But you have to realize when we had the last El Nino, all that land was underwater. And I lived out there at that time. We had to swim across the river, and you have quicksand at that crossing too. So, I mean, all that was underwater all the way to the bridge and underneath there. So there will be flooding no matter what you do, and it could be worse because of what's happened in the river itself with all the tulies and
Unless we get a big toilet flush, huh? It's J7. This is something the community's talked about repeatedly, and I don't know whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, and I don't want the staff to spend 1,000 hours on it. I just want to have them look at it and put the item to rest, and that's whether there would be a cost advantage to putting either ranger residences or RV pads in the parks that we don't have them in, and compare that to the vandalism repair cost and see if it's a good idea or a bad idea, and then we could be done with it, and I can put it in a file folder. And if it's a good idea, with one park, we'll go forward with that one, and if it's not a good idea, then we won't go forward. But groups constantly ask.
Yeah, maybe I'm way off base on this, but common sense tells me that it's not going to be financially feasible. These parks, are they large enough to have a full-time employee?
No. These are guests. They park their RV there. They stay there for free. They donate. I think it's 20 hours a week. It's not a city employee. Okay. No. Yeah, we've got 2 of them now, and then one with one of our rangers actually lives there, and the other one I think he's just a host also. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Cindy, you said by fingers 7? Is that 6?
Yeah. We got a bunch of them out there, and this would just be going forward, doing what we're doing, and see if it would be good. You know, for instance, Pioneer Park actually has a building there, and for a moderate amount of money, that could be converted to a residence, and it's already there. Now, would that be a good idea? I don't know. I can't tell you. I just want to look at it and see if this is something we should do, and and budget somewhere out in the future for it. Probably not this time around.
There's so many other priorities at this point. I'm going to say no on this one.
Okay, Bob. Okay, well, it's down on the list because it's a cost-saving one. Dirk?
No, obviously the presentation on the duties of the park host would be something I'd like to hear eventually.
Yeah, that too. Okay. Moving forward, the next one is a suggestion from city staff, although I forgot to put staff on it. Once upon a time, when Parks and Rec were together, the park rangers got a list of all the rentals, And then people would come up and say, hey, I want to use this space, and they'd get a check from them for the cleaning deposit and a check for the rental, and then they could get to use it. Now they actually have to tell them, no, it's not, we don't know if it's rented or not, and you can't use it no matter what. And that is just completely counterintuitive. Number one, we want people to use the facilities, and number two, we would surely love to have their money. So this would just be a matter of going back to what we used to do instead of what we currently do.
So my question is, why did we stop doing it?
Because the Parks Department and the Recreation Department were separated, and it just, it's one of those things that just fell between the chairs as we went into a different mode. Okay. So this just gets it going again, if in fact it pays off. And I believe it will, but I'm not positive of that. That would be a staff decision. Dwayne? Okay. Ashley?
Because it's an income, potential income generator, then yeah, I guess.
Okay. This next one isn't something I would normally have brought forward, but again, trying to put everything that I'm working on before the council. Lompoc High School has purchased a new scoreboard. They've asked for some specific city help with its installation, in exchange for which they've tentatively offered to give us the old scoreboard, which we could then use over at the youth football field. And it's a nice scoreboard, but they're getting a really cool one with moving pictures on it. So I'd love to have a free scoreboard for our youth football program. Okay, Bob? You don't want a free scoreboard? No, it's going to get put up. And the youth football folks have asked for one in the past, and it was just not something we could afford. They would be expected to get in the game, yes, sir. That's what this is about. This is not a decision. Remember, none of these things are decisions. Okay, the next one deals with the purchase of the land at the RV park, and so 10 and 10A together. And I will tell you that previously, a year and a half ago, I had an extensive conversation with a developer who thought about doing that and went to the county and kind of got chased away. And we have since learned that they don't have to go to the county because it's our land. The county really doesn't care what we do. And Kevin would be able to make decisions on it. And I would surely like to get that RV park built and the land paid for. And the deal was, in that discussion, it was design, build, operate. So that particular developer was willing to design it, build it, operate it for X number of years, provide the city a portion of the revenue at the end of the contract. When he had his cost recovery, the whole thing would revert to us. And he was also willing to operate the rest of the existing RV park. And I would just like to let the staff loose and see what they could do. Councilmember Starbuck, and then Councilmember Holmdahl.
Yeah, well, I'm going to jump back up to J10 here. This is something that I brought up before, and I want to bring it up again, is this, since we've purchased this property, we have not paid the principal down at all on it. All we have done is make our interest payment every year on a loan we took from another fund. This is not this is bad business, because all we're doing is paying ourselves right now instead of paying down our principal on a piece of ground that we paid a lot of money for. So what I'd like to do is come up with some type of a plan to go ahead and at least start paying down the principal slowly on it.
So something like a 30-year fully amortized?
I just move on it. I don't care which direction we go, but just, other than what we're doing right now.
Okay, dope. Dwayne?
Yeah, I agree with that on that one. And then as we were talking about the other one, when we originally bought that field, that was supposed to go into a park, and then it just dwindled down. And the sad part about it, we can't get it away from the county because they won't let us annex it.
Well, the county basically now has told us, it's your land, do what you want. That's kind of what it ended up at. Because I went down the road with them after the contractor's experience. And just so everybody knows, part of the issue there is that it's in the floodway, not the flood plain. But the floodway on RV park is an acceptable use because you can drive away. Yeah. So that's kind of what it.
You can use the example of going into Ventura, RV park to the left, and they haven't stopped that from going. Along with it, there is a well site there.
Yes.
That will take care of the irrigation system and the watering for that site.
Yep. Okay, item 11 is also something that I've been working on, and I'm just going to get it on the list. I actually believe I might have, I think there might be someone that's willing to help us. The next step would be to empower Kevin to drill a hole in it and get a look inside and find out what we have. We have a solid estimate of $7,500 to pick it up, hold it in the air, and put it back down on a new foundation from the house mover, who's been out several times and looked at it. And the Leaning Tower of Pizza doesn't scare him at all. Everybody good with that?
Yes. Good with it.
Okay. Okay. Well, we kind of got that one already, didn't we?
Yeah.
So this combines with
Recreation.
Yeah, what number is it? See, I didn't get them all lined up right. It's under recreation. It was right at the top of the page, I think. G1. Okay, so I put combined with G1. Okay, I think K1A is kind of a little bit different subject. Dirk, you want to take that one on? K1A.
K1, K1A, yeah.
Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah, I may have my figures off on the total amount of acres of park that we have, but if we have a lot of excess, it's unused, and we can't maintain it, I would contemplate the thought of maybe downsizing some of our lesser-used parks, return to tax base. I don't know, but something to throw out there and look at.
Well, and the other thing is, let's assume just hypothetically we developed a new multiplex field park at some location. Then, for instance, the back half of Ryan Park, which is 2 baseball fields and a football field, would be excess. And that could be something that we could sell to a developer to build houses on and use the money from that to offset the part of the cost of building the new larger facility. And I'm not saying that's what we want to do. I'm just saying that that's one of the things that could be looked at. So I'd be in favor of looking at this. I know some of the residents that are up around Westvale Park have repeatedly said to me, we could do with a lot less park here. How about a tot lot? So that's something to be thought about.
I would disagree. I think part of our charge as a city is to preserve open space. Just throwing that out there.
Well, we're 100 acres over what we're supposed to have, so anywho, the requirement under the Quimby Act, we exceed our requirement by about 100 acres today.
That's a floor, not a ceiling.
Well, a ceiling would be the whole town's a park. Anyway, I got your point, but I just think it's something we should be considering along with everything else. Bob, what do you think?
I like the whole town being a park. It's worth looking at, I guess.
Okay. I'm not saying we're going to do it. I'm just saying it's just one thing to consider. Okay?
Look at it.
Okay. Look, not do. This is just looking. Okay, this is, I think, a big one. And this ties into a lot of comments that they've had. K1B. And I think it's time for a comprehensive look, and I think the Parks and Rec Commission and the Economic Development Commission should work on this together. We have $1,281,288 and some odd cents in park impact fees, $372,970 in recreation impact fees, and I'm not saying just because we have it we should spend it, but there's been an awful lot of discussion about a lot of things. There was a young man here from the soccer group, and he was here to speak on this item and say, we'd like to have some lights. And so just the things that people have talked about would be the multi-field complex, a covered windbreak at Ryan Park on the barbecue area, so there's a roof and a wall on the west side, and the second barbecue area for Ryan Park, because if one's occupied, there's nowhere else, and there's a lot of park. A second gazebo and barbecue area at Beatty Park, because it's a great place and people want to do it, but when one's booked, there's no place. Towable bleachers to multiple events, barbecue areas at JM and Thompson Park, and so on and so on. And I think it's time for the Parks and Rec Commission and the Economic Development Committee to get together and call everybody in and go, hey, what do you want to do? And prioritize some requests and come back to us. And that this process, however we would need to do it with regard to the budget, is incorporated in there so that we can in fact do it. Yes, Dirk. Dwayne, go ahead.
No, I like the idea. I'm just wondering, would it pay to have that as a separate committee, like a one item to look at all the Parks and Rec? Consider the Parks and Rec's got a lot on its plate.
Oh, you mean like a single purpose?
Single purpose to work on that. I don't know if it would work or not, but it'd be something they could look at and not worry about all the side issues. See if we can put it together. If it can't, then.
Does the Economic Development Committee have a subcommittee on this? The ones that did do they? Okay. How about, instead of what I said, how about if we go with the Economic Development Commission? Is it like the Sports Subcommittee, or Laurel, do you know the Recreation Subcommittee? How about if we just give it to them?
You have on here the Parks and Recreation work.
Yeah, but I think he's right. We've got a bunch of work for them as we gave them the community center too. So the Recreation Subcommittee, and they're obviously going to talk to each other, but give them the lead role. Good idea, Dwayne. Okay. Councilmember Costa, K1C. And
Yeah, my argument would be that in gathering those suggestions, we place priority on improving what we currently already have, as opposed to purchasing new barbecues and such like that. Mostly because the sports fields, in the arguments given to me, is what brings in people for tournaments, and that's bringing in those tax dollars. So that would be my suggestion: is that stays as priority number one.
yeah, the problem with AB 1600 money is it can't be used for that. It can only be used for new facilities. It can't be used to refurbish or that. You can't use it for that.
So then my suggestion would be that we develop a strategy to refurbish and improve our sports fields.
Okay, and I think that would be better assigned to the Parks and Rec Commission.
Right, so that's where it's under, yeah.
Okay. And just so everybody knows, the Parks Department has 2 test plots going at Riverbend Park right now, and some preliminary discussion of what it's going to take. And they're looking at some alternatives for some of the materials that we need. So they're kind of partway down that road and doing a great job on it. K2. This has been the never-ending question, and it's kind of like some of these other things, I just like to put it to sleep. I don't care where we put the restroom. I just included some options on here. I just want to charge somebody with figuring it out and coming back and telling us. And I think the Parks and Rec Commission is probably the one to do it. Any thoughts? Dwayne?
That's a good idea, but everything's on the table with it.
Yes.
In other words, everything
They can look anywhere they want as long as it's downtown.
Or lease one.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of good facilities out there, so I think nothing should be taken away from them. They can look at all of them and see which is going to work.
Yep, and we have a lot of land down there, so it could go in a city parking lot, it could go in a park, it could go in an existing building. I just want somebody to decide, because the downtown merchants complain about the fact that there's no restrooms down there. Everybody good with that? Yep. This is yours, Councilmember Costa, but just, I completely support it.
So I was actually down at the skate park the other day and was discussing this with some of the folks that were there. I know it can be contentious because there's no conclusive evidence that it actually helps abate graffiti, so I understand that that isn't there. But so for me, this isn't an attempt to abate graffiti. For me, this is another attempt to allow the community to express its artistic capabilities in a place that is appropriate scenically. And so this is a suggestion that I had, and I've had quite a few people discuss with me. It looks like the police chief has something to say.
If I could comment on that, there are several cities that have tried to do something like this, and it's backfired on them. It's become a place where they do a lot of gang graffiti, gang wars, and the pocket or the skate park. If we put those up on the west side for a wind barrier, one of the disadvantages for us is that we would have no longer have visual of the park. The park is not policed, and so you're basically going to block our vision off, give those kids that are in there capering, doing things that they shouldn't be doing, more ability to not be seen. And then they're going to start throwing their gang graffiti up on the walls. Again, it's not going to be policed, so we're not going to be able to tell them you can't put that kind of graffiti up on the wall. It'll just be a mess.
I suggested panels as opposed to a continuous wall. The panels can be relatively small in size to allow for sight. That was a concern that I had as well. I also wouldn't see them going floor to ceiling, but see them rather as only a portion of the line of sight, not the entirety of it. So I think that there's ways to get around that. So if you have panels that are 12 feet apart from one another, one short, one's tall, you're really only limiting a portion of your line of sight. I understand that it is risky to do, but I think that there is value in what is referred to as graffiti art, and there is value seen in that in our community. People currently pay at New Lowe's, which is a local small business, to go in and do graffiti art. Some of these places in that community can be self-policing. There's obviously a difference, in my opinion, between gang activity and those who utilize the skate park. So, that's kind of where I stand on it at this point. Did you have something to say, Ms. Palmer?
I did. I would like to share with the council that the Youth Commission also heard some of these same concerns a number of years back, and on 3 separate occasions we partnered with skate park event activities, and with the support of the police department had put up a temporary panel, and we even provided the means in which they could use different tools to express themselves. It was actually our Expression Wall program, and I still have the last wall that we put up. We put up 3 4x8 panels and let them go to town. And the Youth Commission was discouraged after the first couple rounds. That's why they tried a third time, because the final product was not an expression of art as they were anticipating based on the comments that they had received from people in the past. So I do have the wall available if you'd like to see what we did get. And we also, if you want us to come back, I can work with the police department and we can get some information from those opportunities that they did.
I could add also, one of my captains has a person down from the LA area that could come up here and speak to that very issue and how it backfired on their city in Los Angeles.
It's unfortunate that this discussion, it sounds like it's defeated before we've even had the discussion. So that's a little discerning for me. I understand that there is some concern, and I want to hear both sides of it. I think that we need to allow ourselves to be somewhat innovative here and try to engage a portion of the community that may not feel as engaged, especially if we are the city of arts, so to speak. And I think art, as we all know, is in the eye of the beholder, which is why that art was there on the corner of H and Ocean for so long. So, it may not be what we have anticipated, but I know that there are some folks in the community who are willing to step up and be a large part of this effort, and that's why I brought this forward. If it's not council's pleasure, we will not continue. Thank you.
Okay, Bob.
I was just wondering what Arch is talking about, H and Ocean. Oh, you mean, oh, never mind. Okay. It's interesting that this is brought up because I was on the council when we tried the project with the Parks and Recreation Department. And up until 2 days ago, I'd have said, no, we failed before, and he carries a gun, so I don't want to upset him. But at my last coffee, I had a young man show up there, just sitting in the background. Carol, you may have even been there when the young teenager was there. And he was the only young guy, and so there was about 20 of us, and we asked if he wanted to add anything to it. And real nice gentleman, and we asked what the community could do to help the youth. And he says, well, he had a couple little ideas, but he said he'd get back to me. At the grand opening for the grocery outlet the other day, grocery outlet, he came up to me and he says, Mr. Lingle, he says, I finally realized what it could be. He says, and he gave an example of Malibu. I guess Malibu has a graffiti wall. He says, down there over the weekend, and he says, it's just loads of fun. A lot of youth go down there and everything, and they participate. And then over the weekend, I saw on television I've never been there, but a bubblegum wall in San Luis Obispo.
I was just going to say
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, things that
Bubblegum's
I'd
there.
say forget about, all of a sudden are starting to think, maybe we should open up our eyes a little bit. So in respect for our police department, I still have some reservations, but I'd like to at least have us pursue it a little bit. So,
Councilmember Starbuck?
I could see some benefit in this, Chief, because I'd take one of our super cameras and put on there, and we can identify the gang guys, and then we could get a signature, too.
What I would say is, and I went down this road and didn't get very far the last time, but see, my sand's running out. We had a group, and I still have their names, and you have one more now, that were actually willing to kind of manage it and check on it every day, so it's not us. And then I told them, I said, if you stop checking on it, it's going to go away. And I like this idea because where I was going to put it was on a building, and then it would have been a little harder to make it go away. And here, you just take the panels away, and it's not there anymore. So I would like to take a run at it and see if we can't get that group back together that wanted to monitor it.
That way we can find out where they're buying the paint.
Yeah, that too. Okay, I think Dwayne, you okay with it? Okay. Yeah. I think this is it for a discussion. This is not an action. Just everybody keep remembering that. Okay, L1 and L2 are just going forward. Everybody good with the way they're written? Same thing. Already agreed to. Just make sure and those were word for word, so that shouldn't be too tough. Yep.
Yeah.
Ashley? Yep, okay. Okay, Bob, L3.
well, this is just, again, getting rid of clutter in our city. But our Beautification Commission, our Lompoc in Bloom, they do a great job with the cleanup days and everything. But it was, I think, during one of our events recently, standing on the corner, H and Ocean, and it was taken care of right away. But our corners, we have weeds sometimes growing on the corner of our main streets. So I just thought, make sure these two commissions, and with a little bit of city help, we make sure that at least H and Ocean, we do not have weeds growing. We want to take care of the rest of our streets too, but these are the two streets that our visitors are always going down. So more flowers, possibly some more trees on H and Ocean, but definitely get rid of the weeds on all of our intersections on these two corners. And here again, working with the Beautification Commission, Lompoc and Bloom, and then volunteers. Volunteers are always looking for community service to do.
And that's good because the volunteer coordinator we talked about earlier, the first job was to clean up H and Ocean. Kevin, you look like you might want to say something.
Yeah. Thank you. Just real quick. On L2, would you be comfortable with giving us the flexibility on the 4 years? We've started the process, and we're concerned that we can't get it all done in 4 years because the cost is too great. So I wondered if were you locked into the 4 years, or are you looking for a plan
I think that's an objective, and if you can't make the objective,
okay.
tell us what you can do.
Okay, thank you.
But I've got friends with chainsaws. Just kidding. Okay, everybody good with L3? Yes? Oh, yeah. Yep, okay. M1 and M2 are continuing. Make sure we're good with those. You didn't say yes. Okay, no reading ahead. Okay, this is something people have talked to me about forever. And I think one of them, the potholes or horizontal graffiti, wasn't my idea, but it's really true. It's really true. It has the same effect on you. And, not one pothole in the street. That's just where it is. But particularly some of the alleys and some of the streets that are really bad. And what got me thinking about it is I keep getting these magazines, and they keep showing about this marvelous new equipment that makes you repair potholes faster. And I don't know if it does or not. I would just like the staff to take a look at it and see if there's a way we can uptick our pothole repair and make that go away. And if the answer is there's nothing we can do that we're not already doing, I'm fine with that, but I'd sure like to take a run at getting an improvement.
Yep.
Okay. Ashley? Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be a study. It'd be a look and come back. And then if it truly turns out to be something, something might have to happen in the budget process.
Why wouldn't they provide
We never asked them. This is asking for information. And
Can we just get this? You want this more than a memo?
I want it to be however they want to give it to me. I don't have a preconceived notion. It's going to be, if it turns out a memo is going to get it done, that's fine. If it turns out there's a solution and they want to present it, that's fine too.
Mr. Mayor and Council, this can be discussed at the budget hearings.
There you go. Oh, I just want to get it on the table for the budget hearing. Okay, this one's been hanging around, and it was actually on an old list, and I thought I had it last time in the work plan, but I went back and looked, and it didn't get included. In most towns that you go into, there's a place where the local nonprofits can put their logo sign up. They're, normally like 12 or 14 inches in diameter. And once upon a time, we had them here, and then when we redid the entrances, we didn't have them here anymore. And so I'd like to get something back, and, whether we design it or the Valley and Bloom does it or however we get it there, just so in a year or so they can get their signs back up, since they've been down for about 10 years. And I know the Rotaries asked me, and the Kiwanis have asked me, and, I'd like to get back in the game on that. Because they own the right-of-way. It's their street or it's Caltrans street. But we do have sign locations that pre-exist. It would be a matter of putting some structure there to do this. And I'm sure there are an infinite number that we could learn from other cities without having to think very hard. Yeah, but we do have right-of-way in several places that belongs to us. So I don't propose going to Caltrans.
I'm in agreement with it. I think this could also be on our budget workshop, because instead of the city paying for these signs, I believe you get the...
No, they pay for the signs. All we got to do is get something up there to bolt them to.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we don't pay for the signs. They still have the signs. Yep. The next one is kind of something somebody has pointed out to me. It was in the staff suggestion list, and then umpteen people have said, why are we driving along H Street with a truck watering? So I asked the question, and it's because the system's broken under the street. And then somebody said to me the other day, as I said, well, it's because the pipes are broken under the street, said, well, why don't you put a drip system in, because you can run a drip pipe through an existing pipe. And then I remembered a conversation on another pipe that was broken under the street, and that was the solution to it. So I don't know if this will fix it, but we spend a lot of money paying a guy to go down there with a water truck and water plants in the middle of the street, and it's also a little bit hazardous. Councilmember Lingle.
I mean, I think it's a great idea because that fits right in with my L3, is getting things to grow in the medians.
Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
Why don't we get things to grow in the medians that don't need water?
Yeah, that's also on there, by the way, huh? Yeah, I had that. Drought-tolerant plantings. You guys okay over here?
I think drought tolerant would be a better option.
Well, even drought-tolerant has to get watered sometime. Yeah, no, maybe not so. I don't know. There's a new beautification commissioner that just got on there, and he was showing me plants that would go in the median that he didn't think would ever need to be watered. So maybe there is. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say the drought tolerant. Excuse me, it's late. Drought tolerant versus flowers is kind of two different, but
Anything that's green,
You know the one that strikes me?
other than weeds.
Well, some of that drought does bloom also.
So we're getting way off track. I have this note in front of me to remind me. But on the corner of I and Ocean in Oliveira's parking lot is a bush that never gets watered and has these beautiful purple flowers 8 months out of the year. Whatever it is, we need some more of those. There's my drought tolerant.
City Administrator and Mr. Mayor, do you remember the watering system that we saw at the League of California Cities? And I'm
Yes.
wondering if that's a
She has
potential.
that in her office still for a consideration.
Okay, because I would assume that would be something that we could utilize for the medians as opposed to a drip system.
There is that possibility.
So I would say that that's something that needs to be reviewed.
Yes, it's on her.
Thank you.
Literally on your desk, isn't it? The next one, if you would go to M6 in the packet I gave you. Just take a quick look at M6. This is a technology, sequencing is an old technology, but there's a really cool new technology called adaptive traffic control. And then within the article it talks about what these things cost. There's not much, there's quite a bit, and then there's a whole bucket of money. And I'm surely not an expert on this, but we're starting to have, particularly at Central and H, an impacted intersection that I think is down to a C now. And this might be something to help that. And I was also in another city a while back, and I realized after I'd been driving for about 30 minutes that I'd hit every single light green because they had signal sequencing on their main drag. And until I got caught in too much traffic, I just kept on cooking. So I would like to empower the engineering and streets department to take a look at this and see if it would be a good thing for us or not necessarily a good thing.
Do we have to deal with Caltrans on this?
Yes.
Waste
we
of
would have-
time.
No. As long as you're paying for it, they're pretty much better. Just, take a run at it and see. I got one in favor and one against. What do you, huh? Yes? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think you're going to have so many requests that there's no way all of this is going to get done in 2 years anyway,
There
so
is that
sure.
possibility. Actually, I have it on good authority. By a week from Wednesday, these will all be done. They'll just send back a memo that says no. Okay, this next one comes from the business owners on 9th Street. And I know the staff has been out there repeatedly and burned up a bunch of hours on this. We have a semi-parking zone which has been there for many, 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 many years. But there are more businesses there now, and there seem to be a lot more semis parked there. I drove through the other day, and there were 7 of them parked in what would be the equivalent of 2 city blocks. And frankly, the businesses are sick of them. And so I think it's time to take that block off the list. And there's adequate space on West Laurel and on East Laurel for all those trailers that are parked there. Councilmember Starbuck?
No, I certainly think that Mr. Luther could handle this. I'd go ahead and move it forward.
Okay. I'd personally go out there and unbolt the signs and pull them out, but I'm not allowed. Councilmember Lingle?
If we enforce our a parking, 72-hour parking, then I'll agree to it.
We can't enforce 72-hour parking there because it's a truck parking zone.
It's fine.
Councilmember Holmdahl?
Yeah.
Councilmember Costa? Yes. Okay. I have changed my mind on this after a conversation with Caltrans today. Never mind. It took us how many years to get the bike path to the college? 15. I truly believe that getting the crossing on H Street to make this work might be a similar thing, and it's just not what I want to work on.
It would probably mess up our sequencing.
Yeah. Okay, in that case, I want to take number 9 off in revenge. Okay, so number 9, the former Navy flagpole came down at Ryan Park because it was ready to fall down, so it was a good call. And the plaque is currently homeless. When the rotary clock was installed, it was envisioned that it might have a nice flagpole behind it to scale. Matter of fact, the electricity was already put in for it. And so I think it would be a great place to have a flagpole with the homeless plaque, as long as some nonprofit in town was willing to pay for the flagpole. And Dirk is willing to go find somebody to to do that.
Change my mind. Actually, I had a brief conversation with the city administrator about this, and we might have, I don't want to speak out of line here, but maybe just use that plaque at the community center with the new flag there. I understand that there may be issues with putting a flagpole on that 100 block of South H with utilities underground and the base size and some other things. So, I mean, this whole project, I'd kind of like to just do away with this.
Sure, he has me do all this work and then he wants to kill it. Okay, kill it. Do you want the plaque at the community center to be on here, or are you just going to go for it?
I'm going to let staff work with make the decision with that.
Okay. 10A and 10. This is kind of like working with Caltrans, but it's going to be a lot more fun because the county at least likes to talk. And I'm not sure we can get it done, but I would sure like to have a conversation with them because I can't even tell you how many times people have asked me about this. And it's been closed since the
1990.
1990 what?
Just 1990.
1990.
What's the value of reopening this?
It takes traffic off Central and H because it gives traffic an alternate way in and out of town. So, for instance, people on the north side will go to Central and H, go up to the top of the hill, turn right, and then they'll go south to Santa Barbara or east to Buellton because it's faster than going all the way through town. And with this, they'll just go out A Street across and jump on at Purisima, and people in Mission Hills and Mesa Oaks will use that as their path into town because it's shorter.
And why was it closed in the first place?
County didn't want to spend the money anymore.
It's even more than that. Since I was the last one to get it filled when I was on Board of Supervisors, is that when you put the gravel crossing across there, you got to also put asphalt on it because as trucks and cars go across there, it makes little holes. When they were starting to fall off the road, they were bouncing off the road. And you can't put asphalt in the middle of a river. And that crossing has got all kinds of problems in it. And the last time they did it, it cost them $50,000 to push the sand up and then to do it. And then the river took it out in 3 weeks later. So and it's never been put up again. So you may be trying to beat a dead horse on this one. But go ahead and do it. But like I say, the county won't do it. You got the environmentalists who don't want to have it. You got everything else you have to have problems with.
Whichever one of you is first.
Good.
I'm just wondering if people are taking it as a shortcut, avoiding Central Avenue, are we taking traffic away from the local businesses?
No.
Yeah, the best part about it, you bring business out of Mission Hills, and they will come down, and Mesa Oaks will come on down in there.
Okay, so we're not diverting traffic away from...
No.
There's nothing but positives to it. And what got me going down this road was I watched the county get a bunch of money to put some hard bottom crossings in, and I don't know if that would be suitable out there because there's the sand's pretty deep, but I just think it's worth a look. That's all.
Mayor Lynn, although I agree with the county in the fiscal situation that it's in, do you really even think that this is?
Actually, what I was kind of hoping for was we could find some innovative solution and then get grant money. Because the county isn't going to look, they basically said, we're not going to do anything. They're not interested.
Mr. Mayor, one other problem goes with that is that you can't put anything on the base floor as the rains come up. The sand in that area moves the same depth as the river. If it's 20 feet high, the sand moves at 20 feet. If it's 10 feet or 3 feet, that's what that crossing is made out of. And like I said, the quicksand is causing that. I almost lost a horse and a calf in there myself.
Okay, Councilmember Starbuck?
Yeah, just real quick, I put this out there. I lived there, so I'm very familiar with the McLaughlin Crossing. And over the years in the 60s, I know that this was nothing more than just a hard dirt packed, period. There was also an alternative benefit to this, was the fact that it would retain water when the river would run, and our aquifers sit there. So it did add to some of the charging on that. A very small detail. Do I expect this to ever be done again in my lifetime? Probably not, but I think it'd be worth the phone call.
Mayor Lynn, I think what we need to remember is whether or not this really truly is a priority for us. I think we've not done a good enough job in really setting what we want our major goals to be here. So for me, this is a no.
Okay, we got one no. Speak up, everybody. Huh? Okay, 2 no's. Next. Okay, done. Next. Okay, that's yours. M11.
I just thought that we could piggyback on the wine trail signs by putting city way signs out that would identify various points of interest in the city: aquatic center, city hall, museum, art gallery. Basically just kind of fashion them after the wine signs.
So something cooler, and because we have a lot of signs up now, but something that's more cooler and kind of fits in with the motif.
I would argue that this should go to Economic Development Committee and see if they find value in that.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Everybody like that?
Yes, but I wouldn't fashion them after the wine signs because you can't read those things.
The new ones you can.
Oh.
Yeah, they're changing them. Okay, so refer this to the Economic Development Committee.
Unless you think this is something that the chamber should be working on.
No, I think you have the right answer.
Well, either way, he's there, so.
Yep.
I will say that Jason Reynolds in the chamber did roger up that he could get the signs made for us.
Okay, how about this? How about we just make this Councilmember Starbucks personal, and he'll go forward with it.
Let's get rid of this thing.
Sorry, we're just going to give it to you now.
Okay, so this one is now designated Z13. So add Z13 to the end, and it's Starbuck, and it's wayfinding signs.
Signs show up in your yard.
I'll tell you how scary this is. You know the signs that say, I think it's tourist information, and point to the chamber? I got those put in when I was chamber president. That's how long ago that was. That was one of my big accomplishments. I'm still writing. Okay. If you look at N1 in your book, your pack of information, there's a brief discussion in there of the value of some of the values of looking at GPS for vehicles. It's primarily a cost savings. It talks about reduced fuel use. It's also kind of a safety thing. If someone's in trouble and you want to find out where they are, you can look on the GPS. This is not designed to be a police system. That's completely different, and that goes on the automated dispatch. And there's some discussion that they're having on that. This is just purely a cost savings for fleet.
Is this to put in our vehicles?
City vehicles.
Who can't find their way around
It's not that. It's it's not that kind of GPS. It's a vehicle watch system. It tells you what a vehicle's doing.
Find them, in other words.
No, you can read the whole thing. It's actually pretty compelling and talks about fuel savings and wasted time and all kinds of stuff like that there.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, Dirk?
Yeah, what is this, like a black box for a car?
It's like a black box for a car.
Ooh, probably don't want to know what we'll find. I think we'll just pass on this one right now.
Okay, Dwayne? I'll let it go. All right, next. Transportation and aviation. Look at 01 and 02 and see if there's anything in there that you don't find to be correctly listed. Everybody good with 01 and 02? Yep. Yes, Ashley? Okay. Next, the question of selling bus advertising. There's a graphic shop in town that asked me about doing it and selling it, and other people have also asked me.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Okay, Bob?
As long as it's not graffiti.
Well, we could put an advertisement on there for the graffiti wall. We call it graffarty.
I'm
Graphic
for it.
arts. Okay, 04. Identified in our recent airport master plan update was some modification of the offset landing. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is extending the runway. This came about from some discussions with Denmat and SpaceX, and then the discussions from the airport master plan from the consultant talking about the optimum runway length. There are issues with regard to that optimum runway length that would involve floodplain issues and some other things, and so what we'd be looking here would be to get an understanding of what that would take going forward and whether it's even something we're going to talk about, so it can either come on or off the list of potential things going forward. It would be very helpful to get that runway length.
Marilyn, wasn't that included in the report that was just given to us?
It was included, the optimum runway length was included, but there was no discussion of this particular thing because it wasn't on the master plan list because it goes out into the floodplain. But I'm going to be having some discussions with the floodplain people about some other things that are on the other list, the FEMA side of it, and I would add this to my discussions with them.
So I would say we hold off till those discussions have concluded.
You don't want me to talk to them about it?
No, I think that we don't have staff do anything until you find out that news.
Okay. I'm not empowered to talk to them about this subject unless you empower me to. If you want to change the wording on here, but currently I don't have the ability to talk to the floodplain people about a runway.
Who are the floodplain people?
That would be the Army Corps of Engineers.
Who's currently in communication with the Army Corps of Engineers?
I have been in communication with them on some other portions, and I would add this to the work list, but.
Wait, Marilyn, sorry, my apologies, I'm tired, so maybe I'm confused.
Okay.
You have been talking to them,
I have
but you're not
talked to them.
empowered to be talking to them.
I am not empowered to talk to them about this issue. I am empowered to talk to them about other issues, which are on the continuing work program that's on the end of the list. So do you want me to talk to them about this?
I think you should.
Okay. What do you think, everybody?
That's not what this has listed here. I
understand
don't see
that. You don't want the staff to do it. Do you want me to do it? I'm going to the next step.
Sure.
Okay. Everybody want me to talk to him? Yes? Okay. Got it. Next. The airport master plan identified that we have a displaced landing threshold that we don't have to have, which would change the airport operation. I have no idea what it's going to cost to fix that. I'd like to find out so that it could be added into our plan of work. Bob? Okay. Ashley? Okay. Utility Commission, P1. I think you can just read it.
talking to the plumbers, there are two issues with this. Number one, the amount of money that's available going forward is not adequate to basically do the replacement on a cost-effective basis for the customers. And number two, the customers are required to put in some other water-saving devices, a couple of which are fairly hideous. And like the gadget you put on your sink for an aerator is about that long, and I surely would not put it on my $200 faucet. And if we truly want to replace toilets, then we need to change the plan. And I think the commission could do that. And we have money sitting in the bank, 900-ish thousand. Yep, that's what this does. This goes to the commission.
Yeah, I think P1, 2, and 3, all three of them, I think should.
Yeah, these are all designed to go to the utility commission. P2 is kind of the same issue with irrigation, and P3, and you know, I have some information from one vendor, but I'm not advocating on behalf of that vendor. He did offer to give us a free one to try. And then the third one has just been a real bone of contention forever, and I would just like to get it fixed. Everybody good with 1, 2, and 3? Yes. Yep. Okay. Q1. And this is an ongoing item from last time around, so this is just going forward. This is for wording check. Yes? Yep. Yes. Yes. Okay. I don't believe it did, but it certainly could.
The joint meeting with the utility commission, I suppose, and maybe that was when I put it. I don't know if we made it a formalized action, but part of what I discussed that day, where do I have it, was in regards to Wi-Fi. Oh, a staff report on the status of the Wi-Fi, where we are and where we go into the future.
I have that exact item down here under wireless.
Okay.
Probably because you mentioned it last time. R1, R2, and R3 all kind of deal with the same thing. Efficiencies, selling water to somebody, taking a broader look at where we are than we have in the past to see if we could find a way to generate some income, which would then reduce the cost to our residents. And R1 came from a city staff person in the write-up, but I didn't get that on here when I wrote it because some of these I wasn't very dutiful on, so correct that. Come on down.
The water superintendent last week called Santa Barbara and said that's not true.
They operate 7 days a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
All they do is operate 6 hours a day off a computer. They have 2 9-hour shifts with operators and then 1 6-hour shift of standby because their plant has been upgraded to operate remotely.
Larry,
and their plant isn't near as complicated as ours. They pretty much put chlorine in water from the dam. Small filtration system. So it's really, we'll look when we're going through our budget of ways to operate more efficiently, but 5 days a week, we can't do that.
Okay. There you go. So R1 dies. And then we have R2 and R3, which is look for somebody to buy water and see if the Economic Development Committee working with them could target some customers that might come here and use our water, since we have great water and lots of it. And if they use lots of water, they'll probably generate lots of wastewater, and we'll get a double dip out of it.
Broccoli farmers. We're going to come to broccoli farmers in just a moment. So everybody good with 2 and 3?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Bean said he was going to be looking at this during his budget cycle anyway, so it is being taken care of by the utility division.
I don't think he's looking at helping the Economic Development Committee.
Well, but he's looking at ways of saving money.
Yeah, I got that. I just want him to help the Economic Development Committee identify some prospects that could be high water users.
Okay.
Okay? And the same, and number 3 is the same thing. Just try to find somebody to peddle some water to. And maybe there isn't anybody, but let's take a quick look and see. Okay. Then S1, this was a result of a conversation I had at the League of Cities with some engineers who ultimately pointed me at a guy who's the expert who turned out to be in Arroyo Grande. So in your pack there's some from him. And what I'm saying here is I'd like to have the staff talk to him and anybody else that makes sense and look at what we might be able to do with our 2.5 million gallons of wastewater. I think if we used it all, we'd have every environmentalist on earth after us because the river would go dry. And he said the same thing, but we could use a portion of it. And he was talking about other places that use it. They use it on artichokes. They use it on grain of any kind. They use it on alfalfa. That wouldn't help us. They use it on stalk plants like, they might be able to use it on broccoli. I don't know.
This is in regards to reclaimed water?
Yes, it is.
I think we currently do, but it's on a really low scale. I can remember when I toured the facility a
Yeah, we
year
water
ago.
the yard with it. The other thing that he said was if you're using reclaimed water for agricultural use, you actually do post-chlorination rather than UV light, so it's a much less expensive process. So not only do you get some money for the water, but instead of spending $100,000 a year running the UV lights, you do it on post-chlorination, and it doesn't matter when it gets to the field, the chlorine evaporates. So this is just to get the staff to talk to him and look around and see who else might be out there and if it looks viable. And I'm not telling you it does, I'm just telling you it rose to the level of it looks viable to me. He estimated the feasibility study at $7,000 to $10,000. I don't know if that's a good price or not. He's the only one I talked to. Bob? Dirk? All right. Ashley? The next one is, this is kind of in the same line. It's in here. This is just something that came to me. And it's in color because I printed it at my office. But this is somebody who offered up a potential service. I don't know if it has any value, but it'd be worth a phone call and a discussion from the wastewater plant. Currently, all the grease on the coast is hauled to a plant in Bakersfield, where they pay pretty much the same rate to dispose of it. On the other hand, if it could be disposed of on the coast, I think we could charge a great deal more money for it because the cost of trucking to Bakersfield is basically 2/3 of a day for a truck and a man to go over there, wait in line and unload and come back. I'm not telling you we could, I'm just telling you it's something we ought to look at. And so S2 is on the look at list. And again, I'm not advocating for this particular guy, just happened to be the one I got. Bob? Dirk? Yep. Ashley? Yep. S3 is actually a little further up the road. This is something that I talked about a while back, and then after I put on the list, the staff's actually going in that direction. So the other day I actually gave them my folder on it, but this is kind of, it was already on the list, so I'd say yes because they're already doing it. And it has a great potential. Dirk brought in a good guy that gave us some good information. And we've also had both a septic hauler and Dirk's guy, who's a toilet hauler, volunteer to help in any way. Yeah, you're the toilet hauler guy.
You like that?
Okay. Number 4 is a lot of comments from citizens about why are we paying for gardening at the wastewater plant that I'm paying for in my sewer bill. That does include the drought-tolerant garden, because that's part of what that guy maintains. So I see both sides of this issue, but, you know, how do you all feel about it? Do we want to be spending user revenue to do gardening at the plant, or would we like to minimize what we have? There he is. Come on down. Larry already fixed it, and he just now got
No,
here.
nothing's fixed.
Oh, okay.
It's that I had a conversation with the superintendent out there in anticipation of this. And he's not just a gardener. We have to control vectors, the rats and mice and anything else, to keep them out of there. And that's part of this guy's job. He's busy all the time. He's not just mowing grass and weeding. He does do other functions. And Tim assures me he's full-time busy. Again, we're going to look at personnel as the top of the page, so we'll keep that in mind. But
okay, I think
when you're talking about it, it's not just a gardener.
Okie doke. How do the rest of you feel about maintaining landscaping as part of somebody's duties when it's ratepayer paid for, or, you know, is having a drought-tolerant garden and landscaping valuable or not?
I say keep, I would say take this off. This is a no for me.
Dwayne?
Well, I'd rather keep him, make it look nice, along with that and killing the gophers, rats, and everything else.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
so-
Bob?
Remove it, yes.
Done. Next. This is also just to go take a look at what someone else is doing and also consider some of these things for the plant, and I think they may be already doing it because Larry's coming down here to tell us they're already doing it.
I read this first.
Damn it, Larry. Come on. You guys stole all my good ideas before I even got here.
Number one, we are working through NCPA and a vendor to put solar out there, but it'll be owned by NCPA, and it'll be back of the meter. What the wastewater will get is rent, lease money for using their property by this vendor that's building it. So it's not quite as beneficial as that. Cogen, you need anaerobic digestion. The new plant does aerobic digestion, so we can't have a cogen plant. Sorry.
Goodbye, S5.
But we are working on half of it.
Okay. Huh? Okay, it's the fiber, and we start on T. We're going to get her down. We're close. Because when we get down to Z, there's almost nothing. And X is almost nothing.
Put that cross in there.
Yeah.
Have to go down 22 feet.
To find something solid.
Oh, yeah, for your chair. Or for the post going down to build the bridge, because you're that deep in the sand. Yeah, I couldn't believe what a guy said, yeah.
So extend an hour, and that'll be more than enough, because Dirk has a great idea that we're going to implement. So a second to extend?
I'll second.
1 hour? 1 hour? That'll be enough. Everybody vote, please.
You do it right, we got to here quicker than that.
Something didn't work out, Dwayne.
I pressed this button.
Okay, extend 1 hour.
Got too many buttons up here.
Protesters, or protest votes. Okay. T1 and T2. You would have been in trouble if it failed. T1 and T2. Everybody say yes.
Yes. Good.
Okay. T3. This is to take a new approach to something that's been a long time practice, and I was made aware of it a while back. We have our transformer inventory is stored outside, and for a lot of years it didn't matter because they used real paint. Now they use not real paint, and now we have corrosion issues, and we've actually had to scrap some transformers because they got corroded beyond use. And as we all know, we've had recurring wire thefts, including one a couple weeks ago. Now we got our wire back, but they were telling me, well, yeah, but they cut it into such a short piece that it's going to go in for scrap Fortunately, the price of copper has gone up since we bought it, so I think we might have made a profit on that. But then there was all the staff time to go chase the little SOB. And so I think it's now time to take a look at what those cumulative costs are and putting up a new building and where that building would go and, rock and roll. And that's what I want to do, find out if there's a savings. Everybody good with that one? Yes. Okay. And then
Mayor Lynn, where would we find the money for something like that?
we would look at what we were losing in transformer damage and wire, and we would determine that we were going to save money by putting up a building, as opposed to continuing to lose money. I'm not saying we can. I'm just saying we're going to look at, it's pretty easy to figure out how much it's cost us compared to the price of a building. Okay. The next one is we have the Utility Commission researching alternate solar expansion programs. So basically T4 needs to go with T2 because having now sat through a whole bunch of solar stuff, I have come to find out that putting solar on the roof of existing buildings is about 20% cheaper than ground mounting it because they have cool little brackets that bolt to buildings. And we have a lot of buildings around town, and so I would like the commission to look at that while they're looking at T2. And here comes Larry.
I have a request to add to this.
Certainly.
That I want all of you to keep in mind.
Yes, sir.
The more and more solar we get, the less and less and less revenue we get.
No, this would be solar we would own that would generate electricity for us that we would sell. Now, I don't want any more of that other kind if we can avoid it.
Okay, well, so, but what I'm asking is part of this, when we encourage residential to have more and more solar,
I got that
we
part.
need to have a way that they pay for their nighttime electricity. They pay for the use of it, but not for our whole system.
You know, that's a good point, and I
Infrastructure.
did
That's
not
why I
include
wanted to
that in
add
here.
that on there.
Yes, and I think we could work that right into this. And what he's talking about is what's generally known as a demand fee. If you connect, you pay something to be connected. Because if you put in a solar system that's a net zero, that's all good for you, but we still have to keep you hooked up and supply power at night, and we get paid absolutely nothing. And that's not so good for us. So just...
You want to make that a P4?
No, I think we just put it in as part of T4, and that we have a... Larry, is that called a demand charge? I'm sorry, there's an official name for that. Distribution charge. Right. Let the record show that Larry didn't walk back down here, and it's a distribution charge. Okay, so an investigated distribution charge, and just so everybody knows that this would be city-owned solar, and I'm just going to note that it's not this. My intent here was not to have these privately owned, but what they're doing in other places, and actually somebody came and talked to me about it, and I blew it off back then. There's a company that will come to your city, arrange the lease deals for all the roofs, design it, build it, and then at the end of the payback, the solar goes to the city. So
It doesn't make any money.
they do at the end of the payback. They own the solar panels, and they also I think it was 11, but I wouldn't swear to it. It wasn't. It surprised me. And there's also new technology in solar that's pretty exciting coming along. Distribution charge. Okay, we got that one. The never-ending question about street sweeping, and I would just like the staff to look at it and see if we could maybe sweep the business districts when there's nobody there and the residential districts after they go to work. And probably we can't do all of it, but if we could make some progress on that, it would make an awful lot of people not call me.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, because I think if they waited till they went to work, they could get a lot more stuff off the sidewalks because of the cars and trucks are moved off the curb.
I can tell you that in 29 years in the house I live in, they never swept my street because they always came early in the morning and I was still there.
Mayor Lynn, I actually wouldn't set the time certain. I would say that they review the scheduling.
Okay, I'm good with that. Not necessarily time certain. Okay, got it. Bob? Dirk? Okay. This next one, I didn't run it off because it's a huge document. The county auditor, at the invitation of the Solid Waste Division, did a very extensive review, and I've had this sitting on my screen for months, but I was waiting for this opportunity. As a matter of fact, it might be a year. And my goal here would be to deliver this document digitally to Larry, and then they could take a look at it and see what we could learn from it that would benefit us. And it's on my to-do list, but I haven't done it because it hadn't been to you guys yet. Everybody good with that? Okay. Now this one I actually want to take a couple minutes and kind of get everybody's opinion on it. I'm not looking for a decision here, and frankly, this leaked out a little while ago, and staff looked at it and said, yeah, that's something we could look at. But our large item program is kind of a flop, and it's the broken window thing, and I wrote up a long version on it, but I'll just blow through it. That if you have mattresses and stuff piled out in the alley, so it'd be U3. If you have stuff piled out there, then it tends to attract more stuff. And I thought there would be a lot of blowback from the apartment people, but I talked to somebody from the Santa Barbara Real Property Association. I think she's their local president, and she thought it was a great idea. And basically, instead of writing tickets and going through all this malarkey, the route drivers would report where stuff was dumped, and then we would have a properly equipped vehicle go pick the stuff up. We'd charge them a fee, and it would go to the dump. And then somebody else said, well, if there was an easy way for people to do it, it would reduce the number of items. And I thought, okay, we have a free drop-off program at the landfill for furniture, appliances, and mattresses, because that's 90% of 98% of what's dumped out there. And I don't think it would be much of a revenue loss to us, but it would, if half of them got to the landfill all by themselves, it would be a great savings in time and aggravation. And so Larry talked to Solid Waste about it, and they said they could look at it, and they don't know about the free at the landfill part. It was only the pickup part. But it's going to require an investment. It's going to require a much larger truck and some equipment to do it efficiently. So I just want to kick that can over to them and let them take a look at it.
This is a double-edged sword situation, of course, because you're losing revenue for folks who do pay to drop off those things, who now won't be. So you'd be getting it off the street, but you'd be losing revenue at the landfill.
There is some possibility of a revenue loss, but then on the other hand, we would have an expense reduction by not having to have somebody drive all over town and write tickets too.
So hopefully that cost analysis will be in the report.
Yes, we need to have a total look at it.
I agree to get this thing done, because you go up and down alleys now, people are throwing everything up.
Yep.
But the kitchen sink. Once in a while, a kitchen sink.
Yeah. Well, if the police department would get their cameras in every alley in Lompoc and watch them 24 hours a day, we could catch these things. Okay, U4 is a discussion of, and there's a, no there isn't. That's the one that's missing. Yeah, I wrote it up. Okay, I'll talk about it. So we currently have the $12 a truckload deal, and that has turned into an industry unto itself, because people have now created these super trailers, and what they can do with a super trailer is they can bring 2 to 3 tons in on it at $75 a ton. And I'm really sorry, I apologize to the roofer who gave me all the information, because I lost it. And he's very unhappy because he has a legal trailer that he hauls 3 tons in on, and he pays $2.25 for 3 tons, and someone else brings their super trailer in and they pay $12. And there's one roofer in town who got sick of it and became so innovative, he took his dump truck over and had the cab cut off and had his dump truck converted to a single axle trailer that he now goes to the dump with and pays $12. And I was also told that it's now to the point that roofers from out of the area are driving their truck and trailer up here from as far away as Santa Barbara and dumping their roofing for $12 rather than going to the county landfill where it would cost them $80 a ton times 3 or 4 tons. And so it is time to fix this. And I would like to hand this off to solid waste and have them come back with a fix. And then if it does prove to be successful and it increases our revenue, along with Councilmember Starbuck, we would really like to return free wood waste, green waste, and scrap metal and clean dirt drop-off back to residents, not businesses.
Mayor Lynn, you may not have this information, but I guess for me, I wouldn't want to penalize the folks who have a normal, and I'm sorry for not knowing, how many tons can fit in a normal bed of a truck?
A normal truck would haul 1/4 of a ton.
So the price difference, would it increase the price for those people, would be my concern.
This isn't designed, this is for businesses. No, it could cost them another $6 or $8 if they had a full load of, not green waste, surely, something heavy, concrete. You know, you could end up with a little bit bigger bill for that.
So I think that's something we need to consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
Along with that, you're talking about a pickup coming in for $12 loaded, but a four-wheel trailer, you're going to pay.
A 2-axle trailer you pay by the ton, but a 1-axle trailer you still pay the same $12.
Right. So
that's what we need to address. Bob, you okay with this? Okay, done. This was a suggestion from someone at the landfill on the list, and I think it's a heck of an idea. We have a rule that you're supposed to bring in with a covered load, but not everybody does. And then we don't really have, we don't tell you to go away if you don't come in covered. But he recommended that we create a fee for coming in with an uncovered load. And the reason for that was that uncovered loads spill stuff out on the street, and the street sweeper has to go clean it up, and the street sweeper's part of solid waste, so we'd get paid for people making a mess. And what would really happen is everybody would cover their loads. So I thought that was a really good idea. Are you going in there with uncovered loads, Dwayne?
my pickup.
I have the tarp. I'll loan it to you.
I got a tarp.
Okay, then you have a covered load. You won't have to pay $15. Okay. Yes, no.
This is not my priority.
Bob. Dirk.
I'd just like to go ahead and maybe just lump that in with the previous trailer cost analogy, just because, yes, I see it, but let's just make it with U4 also.
Okay, U4 with U5. Okay, done deal. Okay, wireless services. Ashley, this one's yours, even though it's got my name on it. This is what you asked for before, and
Correct. This is what I asked for during the Utility Commission meeting, just to get an update, because there was good reasoning that we've only had it for 10 years, and that a utility of that size with that infrastructure can take many years. But I still get complaints. That is one of the biggest complaints I get often is about our Wi-Fi system. So that's something I still want to continue to investigate.
Me too. Dwayne?
Yeah. I don't have a complaint because I've had it ever since it's gone out there, and it does good for me. I know it isn't fast for a lot of people, but I would say it would be nice the next time the power goes out and the Wi-Fi goes out, the general public's notified. We had the deal in Santa Barbara, and then the next week later that we had to go off again. So the public didn't know what was going on, and I think that there's got to be a notice out to the public as soon as that happens.
Okey-doke. Noted.
Mr. Mayor, the analysis, is that also going to include the financial benefit that the city receives?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's part of what pays for it. Matter of fact, there's now a charge between departments for use.
Yeah, so I agree. I understand why the public is looking at it, saying it's certainly not, it doesn't look like it's paying for itself, but I think if we look at the uses, benefits for the city, for the meter reading, for the police, the fire.
But Councilmember Lingle, I recognize the value in that, but for me, if we're going to market it as something that citizens should use, we need to provide a quality product. If it's not, if it's going to be for internal use and that's a strategy we want to follow through on, I actually would probably be okay with that, but we need to make that clear that that's the main focus of our Wi-Fi system. So right now I feel like maybe we're dividing our efforts and we're not doing as well with one as we are with the other.
I agree with you. The product is probably not as good as it could or should be.
I mean, and then, you add in, so either internally citizens and then also commercial businesses. I haven't heard, I've heard actually mixed feedback in regards to commercial use of our Wi-Fi system. And so that's another sector we need to decide if that's, going to be included in our strategy as far as Wi-Fi is concerned or not. Again, if we can provide a quality product internally and that's what we want to focus on, or, internally and commercially, that's fine. But I think we need to discuss where our focus needs to be with the Wi-Fi system.
Okay, I'm going to put a word in before we go any further with that part of the conversation. V2 is going to resolve that, so talk about everything else, then we'll go to V2.
Well, the only thing I'm saying is that the system was put in, and I use it, and I've used it since it's been in, but the one thing it did when we looked at it is that it was $60 a month for any type of Wi-Fi coming to this town. And now it's $15.99 is what I pay. And there's a lot of people in this town that could not afford $60 a month for their Wi-Fi. And this gets the people in the system. So, I mean, it doesn't pay, like you say, it's not high speed, but at least they can get it for $15.99. So tell me where you can find Wi-Fi any place for $15.99.
Lompoc, yeah, here we go. Okay, everybody's good with that. So we're going to go to V2. All right, so V2 from my standpoint is the most important thing I'm bringing to you, so I'm going to take a couple minutes on it.
Mr. Lynn, everything you said is
I
the
know,
most important
this is really
thing.
good though. So we looked at economic development, and I've been to a bunch of discussions, and they always start like this. How's your electric rate? How's your land availability? How's your fiber optic speed? And how's your livability? And everything is good until we get to fiber optic speed, because we don't have any. Because our fiber optic here either goes from here and drops in at Salinas, or it goes from here and it drops in at Ventura. But right at A Street, we have the fiber optic backbone for the state of California. And so I spent a great deal of time with someone who owns a weekend place here, of all things, and was in the fiber industry. And if you look at the attachment, there's actually a full presentation he did on what a fiber optic system would look like in Lompoc and the parameters. And then there's a section in there from a local vendor who would like to talk to us about building the system. And then there's a really cool book on fiber optic that I know you're not going to read now, but I would hope you would all look at later. And it talks about the advantages of fiber optic, not just for businesses, but for fast fiber, for schools, and even for residences. And one of the things that has been on my radar is that we're going to lose our free fiber from Comcast when the cable contract runs out. So we're going to have a cost we don't currently have. And the system that we kind of evolved into talking about, because the first thing I told everybody is we don't have any money, was also a design-build system. And what we do have is we have the poles in the underground. And so the system that this talks about is a design-build system where we contract with someone, they come in, they design it, they build it, they do the connectivity, and then we bill the customers because we're already sending them a utility bill so that they don't incur that cost. We bill the dark fiber. If they're providing content, we provide the content. At the NCPA, I talked with one other city, and then I spoke with a guy from Burbank a while back. The city up north did content and dark fiber, which is no content, and lost their living behind on the content. I got rid of the content side. They still supply the dark fiber. Geodigital here in Lompoc.
I think you've convinced us.
Have I? Okay.
So.
Are you convinced?
My apologies for interrupting. I just figured if.
Okay.
Because you continue.
You guys are all sold. Going right on. Thanks. I was afraid that would be a harder fight. And I think this is going to be the best thing since electricity. Okay, Public Safety Commission, Mr. Lingle.
Actually, this was taken care of at our meeting on Tuesday.
Scratch it out, leave it on.
It's taken care of. You can scratch it off right now, because it's being taken care of.
W2, Councilmember Starbuck.
Okay, this one, I didn't want this to be with Public Safety Commission. I actually wanted this to be with Public Safety, as in Fire and Police Chief. What I'm implying here...
I can move it anywhere.
Yeah, what this is implying is I would like to be able to sit and have a very long-term plan. Basically, we go into this budget cycle putting money away to get ready for the inheriting our SAFER grant people in 2 to 3 years, our other police grant people, a longer-term plan for being able to buy equipment and things. Basically a plan, something that we haven't had, and that's what the whole point of this is. There has been some discussions on this. I will tell you that I've met with the chiefs and some other people, and I've just this is going to be my number one thing.
Councilmember, what's your name?
Yeah. Chief, do you want to, I believe this is part of the presentation you're going to be bring us back to. It was discussed on Tuesday as well.
Yes, the study that was mentioned in my staff report on Tuesday starts the baseline for the planning because it really gets into, on the fire side, what we need now, what we will need. It is on. What we will need in the future, and helps us start laying the building blocks for planning and costing out. And at the consistent with the direction that you guys gave me, you folks, the council gave me on Tuesday, the budget proposal that I just finished has that in it.
Yeah, I'm going to just say that one of the things here is that I have baselined the city where we are or where we were last budget, how much money, the revenues, building permits, I mean every bit of data that I could get, so that when we decided that we'd get to a certain point, we would be able to put away a certain amount. This is a long-term plan, but it's something that I really feel strongly that we need to do this.
Would it be reasonable to ask the city administrator to include this in budget planning, since this is really
I think we ought to wait till after the budget plan to do this, actually, because we don't know how much money we're going to have left after the budget. We know we're not going to have money left, but I don't think this is a plan that's going to work with the budget.
Okay, you want to put it aside for now until we get a report back from the chief, or you want me to leave something on here to carry forward?
No, let's carry it forward. This is going to be my number one priority as a public safety plan, long term.
Okay, so maybe what we're looking for is that's what it says, long-term plan to put funds aside. Okay, I'm good with it. Bob? Okay, Ashley? Okay, X1 and X2, read those and make sure they're okay. Okay. X3 is just a teeny little enhancement to the graffiti program to make it simpler for residents to report it, because we constantly seem to have that issue that they can't figure out what to do, and it doesn't seem that complex to me. But if we could just have a phone number with an answering machine, that would sure reduce phone calls to my phone.
Understand that it's not just as simple as creating a phone number, but actually making sure everybody knows what that phone number is. So that takes some time and money.
Well, we could put it on the website, we can talk to people, and I can give it out to everybody that calls me instead of having to report their graffiti.
Mr. Mayor, that number is on the website now under the graffiti abatement program, and we have the phone number listed on there. It's actually the number for one of our community service officers who is in charge of the graffiti abatement, and so somebody can call directly to her number, leave a message, and then she gets the message over to the solid waste where they go and remove the graffiti.
I'll buy you an ice cream if you can give me the number.
Give me a computer and I can give you the number. I don't have it.
Okay, perfect. Scratch it off, and somebody's going to give me the number. And however we're publicizing it, it's not working. I don't know what we need to do different.
Well, like I said, it's on the website, but beyond that, we haven't made any effort to try to publicize it. We can do that.
Okay, that would be just outstanding.
We could put it on the graffiti wall.
There you go.
Mayor,
Sir, wherever you are.
over here, Brad.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. The utility bills have a ability to put a small 4 or 5 line notice to people, and that could be one of the things we do in the next several months.
I vote yes. Okay. You got 5 votes. Go for it.
Is it, Chief, is that a phone number with an extension?
I believe so, yeah.
So that's the city's phone number, 736-2341, extension 6143.
Holy smoke. Okay. We'll try. A year from now, if I'm still frustrated, I'll come back and ask you for a real number. Okay. One of my frustrations in life is I'm a failure at doing anything about gangs. And the chief over here wants to be, he wants to succeed at it. And I wanted us to say we're going to support him and he's going to be our gang guru and carry it forward, because I don't like seeing people waste their lives. I really don't. Chief, is that good for you?
That's good for me.
Okay. Is that good for everybody else?
Yes.
All right. I have a couple phone numbers to give you. I think Y1 is just a continuation. Everybody good with the wording? Y2 is actually, it's already underway. I'm just going to leave it on there since it's underway. Everybody good with that? Okay. And really, he's working on Y3 now, too, but I didn't know that when I wrote all these things up. So Y3 is ongoing, and he'll get checked off when he gets it done, okay? And then Y4 is a whole different discussion that I've had with many people, and I would like our chief to look into that and see if, in fact, we are getting the service that, in theory, the contract says we're getting, and if not, come back to us and tell us what we should do about that.
Mr. Mayor, the contract does not specify a specific number of ambulances to be committed to the city. It specifies response times. So I'll work with the county to audit the response times. However, it doesn't, I dug deep into that contract hoping to hang my hat on a number that doesn't exist.
Okay. Councilmember Lingle.
Chief, one other thing. I think we've talked about this before, and maybe while you're talking to them, one of my peeves, I guess, is a patient with a STEMI. We send a firefighter along with the ambulance, and I do not believe we are required to do that. I believe the AMR should be paying possibly for a nurse from the hospital or something going along.
Councilmember Lingle, the contract actually does require accompaniment if accompaniment is available. And it's part of the formula, the part of the rationale for the formula that reimburses us right now about $60,000 a year is based on that accompaniment. So the expectation from the ambulance is if it's requested and the patient is critical enough, and if we can accommodate, that we will. There have been times when we can't accommodate it, so we don't. But it does right now at the current staffing level we're running. If one of our citizens needs to be accompanied, it puts an engine out of service. I must tell you, as much as I hate putting that engine out of service, there have been times when we've accompanied on these STEMIs and our guys have actually had to lend the assistance to save the citizen's life en route to the hospital.
And I'm glad, okay? I don't want anyone dying because of that. But I don't think we do have enough. I'm not arguing with you. Do we have enough staffing to send a firefighter to Santa Barbara, to Santa Maria on the STEMI patient without putting an engine out of service? We have to put an engine out of service when we do that.
We have to put an, currently, we have to put an engine out of service.
So how can we say we have staffing then for it?
The captain has the authority to balance the call volume at the time the request is being made and the nature of the condition of the patient. And if they believe it's in the best interest of our citizen to accompany, then they will. The STEMIs all go to Santa Maria. The traumas go to Cottage, and that's another discussion. But I do leave it to the line officers to make that call. As we secure the grant, because we will get the grant, and when we're running full crews, then we can much more easily accompany the patient because we won't have to take an engine out of service because we'll have additional personnel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, Z1 through Z7, these are all continuing requests, just from last year going forward. We're looking for anything that I didn't correctly characterize. Z1 through Z7 is what's left on this page. When you're done, say yes. Bob? Bob?
Yes.
Z8 and Z9 on the next page, same thing. Okay. Ashley? Dwayne?
Yeah.
Okay. Z10. This is Councilmember Starbuck's personal mission, and I therefore vote for it. I'm in favor of anybody taking on anything they want to take on. Everybody good with 10? Okay.
Of course you guys are.
Z11, Councilmember Starbuck's desire to create a casual council meeting. Where do you send him down with that one?
This was the Jeans meeting we were supposed to have.
Yep, the Jeans meeting.
And not at City Hall.
Yeah.
So that way it's like a less formal environment where people feel more comfortable. And we're in
and
regular
answer.
clothes.
When did we ever discuss this? I don't remember.
We
2 years
We
ago.
did, 2 years ago.
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
Casual councils, yeah, and it wasn't really a council meeting as much as it was
A
to
get-together.
go out and just have questions, answers, you know.
It would have to be an agendized meeting because we would all be there and be talking, but it would not be an action meeting. It would be a casual council meeting. No legal
Okay.
issues, right, Joe?
So this is.
Yes, there are, or no, it's okay? Okay. Yeah, okay.
So this is similar to our table at
Yes,
Old Town Market and.
except with a slight dab more formality. Okay, and the last one is My New Quest in Life.
It's
which
not the
is-
last one.
Yeah, it is. We already approved 13.
Yeah, yeah, you got to put Z13 back here now.
I did. I wrote it right there.
Okay.
Wayfinding signs. You're in charge of it. It says Starbuck wayfinding signs. Okay, Z13 would just be an approach I would take with perhaps 20 alleys in town, and the goal would be to develop a solution for these alleys that are pothole hell, graffiti hell, ugly dumpster hell, and don't have enough light, and try to make them go away as a problem. Oh, and not to mention mattresses and all those other things.
I think the first thing, I think that should be included, or at least we should attempt first to use a volunteer program.
Well, my goal is to go create a program, not necessarily go out there and paint it myself. I don't have enough time to paint all the... I will create a program and bring it back to council for discussion and action that will encompass all of those things I
Okay.
have just discussed.
Okay.
Okay?